The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 24th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Nicholas A. Langworthy to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with the time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders in a minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always an honor to lift local heroes while on the House floor and to celebrate the dedication and service of our educators. Today, I get to do both. With Mr. Alex Frangoulis of the Goddard School in Collegeville, Pennsylvania, in my district, he was honored with the Goddard School's Teacher of the Year Award. With more than 3,100 applications, Mr. Frangoulis, or Mr. Alex as he's known to his students, shone as their national winner. Education is one of the most powerful gifts that we can give younger generations, helping them forge their own paths with the knowledge, skills, and empathy they learn throughout their schooling. We as lawmakers have an obligation to ensure that all young students have access to the kind of high-quality early education that Mr. Frangoulis exemplifies. We have an obligation to fight for equitable funding for our schools, all of our schools. We have an obligation to fight for universal pre-K. We know the difference that makes in a child's life and trajectory. And we have an obligation to support our teachers in every single school district. Think of the difference a teacher in your life once made. Probably that teacher helped get you here. We must all do everything we can to ensure every child can receive a quality education from the very beginning, regardless of household income, an education that inspires them and a foundation that helps them grow, just as Mr. Frangoulis achieves in his classroom every day. Congratulations, Goddard School. Congratulations, Mr. Alex. You are a shining star example in my district. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Brunswick County Sheriff John Ingram, who recently retired, for his long and distinguished service in law enforcement. A proud native of Brunswick County, Sheriff Ingram has continually dedicated his life to his community. He joined the Brunswick County Sheriff's Office in 1991, starting as a patrol deputy. He quickly rose through the ranks and served in many different capacities, including in the warrant and detective divisions, then became lieutenant in the narcotics division and commander of the department's SWAT team. Mr. Ingram later joined the Columbus County Sheriff's Office, where he was named chief deputy before returning to Brunswick County in the same role. Shortly thereafter, he was appointed Brunswick County Sheriff and has earned re-election to the post in each and every election since. During his tenure leading the Brunswick County Sheriff's Office, he expanded the department to accommodate the fastest growing county in the state. He increased recruitment efforts and brought in additional 911 telecommunicators and detention officers to increase safety. He also offered a variety of community programs to further the Sheriff's Office mission to enhance public safety, education, and promote community-based relationships between law enforcement and the public, including his support for establishing drug courts where those battling addiction could be better treated and find the pathway to healing, productivity, and success. To facilitate these missions, he created the Sheriff's Citizens Academy, along with the Sheriff's Volunteer Program. He also launched the Anchor Initiative program in 2018 to help those suffering from addiction start their recovery, providing a hopeful future, breaking the typical cycle of continued drug use and crime. Throughout his distinguished career, Mr. Ingram has been recognized for his leadership on all these fronts. He was elected to the Board of Directors for the National Sheriff's Association and served as president of the North Carolina Sheriff's Association. Most recently, he was awarded the prestigious Order of the Longleaf Pine, a recognition considered North Carolina's highest civilian honor. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to recognize a no-nonsense individual and one with such a sense of duty, integrity, and distinguished service to the people of Brunswick County and North Carolina. On behalf of the citizens of North Carolina's 7th District, I thank him, and I'm proud to recognize him for his extraordinary service and commitment to his fellow man. May God continue to bless him, his family, and the Brunswick County Sheriff's Office. I am proud to call him my friend. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cadenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor an American and an Angelino who is the definition of a public servant, Michael Owens. I have had the honor to serve as an elected official for 27 years, and I've learned to know that the backbone of every office is having a team of dedicated people who work directly with our community members. Just as it is in Congress, the Los Angeles City Council members' district team has the biggest impact on the constituents we serve, and Michael made an impact for thousands of constituents. Michael changed the lives of those with disabilities, LGBTQ+ youth, and all the families of the San Fernando Valley. Michael Owens served Councilmember Bob Blumenfeld for 15 years, first as his Director of Constituent Affairs and later as District Director. In these roles, he oversaw more than 10 staffers and the delivery of millions of dollars of city resources to their constituents. Before getting involved in politics, he was a paralegal and director of legal affairs at the Motion Picture Association. Michael served in my district in the community of, he lived in my district in the community of North Hollywood, North Hills. He was a leader in his homeowner association, bringing the knowledge he had from the city to make his community a better place for all its residents. He was known by Councilmember Blumenfeld as the, quote, constituent whisperer for his ability to hear constituents' most difficult problems and find solutions for them. No problem was too big or too small for Michael. As district director, he ensured the district office he served was a space where students with disabilities could develop vital career skills. We lost Michael in April. He joins his parents and late husband, Cameron. My heart goes out to Michael's family, his sister Susan, Uncle Bob, and cousin Sarah, and to the council member, Bob Blumenfeld, and his entire staff during his difficult time. Michael represents the Angelino and American spirit of going above and beyond to serve the community that gave him so much. I rise today to honor Irma Cantu Acosta, a beloved leader, wife, mother, grandmother, and friend. As a former small business owner and realtor, I saw firsthand the efforts of Irma to help families and young real estate agents attain the American dream. Irma was born in a small rural town in southwest Texas, and in the 1950s, her family moved to Boyle Heights, Los Angeles. Irma began her career in real estate, a field where she helped thousands of families navigate the real estate market. Her passion was helping working families find a house they could call home. In 2000, she led the creation of the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals, the largest voice and champion for Latino homeownership and empowerment, which is now tens of thousands of members strong. From the local to the national level, she mentored thousands of clients and colleagues with her warm, reassuring smile and valuable insight. Irma is survived by her high school sweetheart and husband, Ernie, her 3 children, 4 grandchildren, and 1 great-granddaughter. So today, I stand to celebrate and honor the incredible life of my friend Irma Cantu Acosta, someone who believed that we can all aspire for our own piece of the American dream. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievements and retirement of Maureen Mo Brown. Coach Brown was recognized as the Southeast Georgia Middle School Athletic Association Athletic Director of the Year. It is a little bittersweet, as at the end of this year, she will be retiring from Pierce County Schools after 38 years of distinguished service. However, I am happy to hear that Coach Brown will be the director of the Pierce County Recreation Department. Coach Mo was a standout athlete in her own right at Blackshear High School in the late 70s. She has served head coaching stints as the girls' basketball, softball, and golf coach at Pierce County High School. She led the girls' golf team to 2 state championships while at the helm. She has been in her current role as Pierce County Middle School Athletic Director for 29 years. Thank you, Coach Mo, for your years of success and the impact you have made on the students of Pierce County. I look forward to seeing you and what the future holds for you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Mr. Dave Riley receiving the Navy's Distinguished Public Service Award. On May 5th, Secretary of the Navy Carlos Del Toro presented Dave with the year's award for distinguished public service. Dave served for 38 years in the United States Navy on assignments from submarines to his final post as commander of the Strategic Weapons Facility Atlantic on Kings Bay Naval Submarine Base. He retired out of Kings Bay and decided to live his post-retirement years in St. Mary's, Georgia, where he is also currently a city councilman. In 1998, Dave became a lifetime member of the Camden Kings Bay Navy League. He served in various local and national leadership positions until becoming national president of the Navy League of the United States in June of 2021. As president, Dave has transformed the current government structure and maintained his promise to keep the Navy League as the premier sea service support organization in the country. His time as president may be up in June, but I have no doubt that Dave will continue to serve the Navy and his community long after his term is up. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to thank Matt Campbell, Buck Hawley, and Patrick Kistgen for their work on the Coastal Georgia Honor Flight. On May 13th, they had the honor of being the guardians of the annual Coastal Georgia Honor Flight. Coastal Georgia Honor Flight makes groups of veterans annually. It brings groups of veterans annually in from Glenn, Camden, McIntosh, and other surrounding counties. They leave in the early morning hours for a whirlwind tour of the monuments to our service members all day before returning that very same night. The trip includes stays at Arlington National Cemetery, the Marine Corps Memorial, and Korean Memorial, just to name a few. Matt, who travels a lot for work, saw other regions' honor flights, shirts in the airport, and decided to look further into volunteering. After learning of his community's honor flight, he asked his 2 friends, Patrick and Buck, to join him. It did not take much convincing. Reflecting on his trip, Patrick said, "Having the opportunity to experience our nation's capital with the multiple generations of men and women who put themselves in harm's way to provide it with something that I will cherish forever. Thank you to all our veterans who have served our country, and thank you to the great volunteers who make these special experiences happen." Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 year ago today, the American people were reeling from a white supremacist terror attack in Buffalo, New York. Families were grieving 10 Black Americans who had been targeted by an ethno-nationalist and murdered for the color of their skin. Loved ones were still organizing funerals for the victims of America's latest mass shooting. And then we saw the breaking news from Uvalde, Texas. Another act of mass murder. Another crowd of desperate, panicked parents surrounding a school under siege. Another statistic, 21 shot and killed. 1 year later, I rise in mourning. I mourn the souls taken from their families in Buffalo. I mourn the children and teachers murdered in Uvalde. I mourn the thousands of Americans who have been shot to death in the year since. Mr. Speaker, allow me to share the stories of just a few of those Americans stolen away in the last year. Stories from all walks of life, from every corner of this country. Stories that were all cut short by weapons of war. Uzziah Garcia's friend said he was the fastest kid in 4th grade. He was obsessed with Fortnite. When he grew up, he wanted to be a police officer so he could help people. At 10 years old, he was shot to death in his classroom with an AR-15. Pearl Young was a substitute teacher for the Buffalo Public Schools. She ran her church's food pantry. She was the grandmother of 10 and the great-grandmother of 7. She was murdered while shopping for groceries with an AR-15. Aiden McCarthy's parents had planned a fun 4th of July, taking him to the annual parade at Highland Park, Illinois. At 2 years old, both of Aiden's parents were murdered in front of him with an AR-15. Juliana Farmer had just moved to Louisville to start a new job. On Easter Sunday, she found out that she was about to become a grandmother of a baby girl. The next day, she went to work, where she was shot to death with an AR-15. Daniela Mendoza was on the cusp of finishing 4th grade. She loved math, and her goal was to go to Texas A&M. Meanwhile, her sister Sophia was busy memorizing lines because she had the lead role in her class play. She wanted to go to college too, and then her dream was to go on and win an Oscar. Daniela and Sophia were both murdered in front of their mother while shopping in a mall with an AR-15. This bloodshed is a choice. To my colleagues, have mercy on this country. If you care about public safety, let's vote to get these tools of carnage out of dangerous hands. Let's turn our thoughts and prayers into actions and solutions. If you really care, let's put an end to this daily calamity. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an organization near and dear to my heart, Special Olympics. In April, I attended the Paternal Family Beaver Stadium Run in State College, Center County. The 5K run walk raises money for the Pennsylvania chapter of the Special Olympics organization. I fueled up at a pre-race breakfast and kicked off the opening ceremonies before cheering on the participants and meeting with the Center County Special Olympics chapter. Mr. Speaker, Special Olympics is a global organization that unleashes the human spirit and human potential through the transformative power and joy of sport every day around the world. Through programming in sports, health, education, and community building, they change the lives of people with intellectual disabilities. Special Olympics began in 1962 as a day camp in the backyard of Eunice and Sergeant Shriver, with the first international games taking place in 1968. Today, the movement thrives in more than 172 countries throughout the world. Pennsylvania formed their own state chapter in the May of 1970, when 135 brave athletes participated in a small track and field competition at Westchester University. Today, our state chapter has nearly 13,000 athletes, competing across 9 local regions and more than 300 annual competitions in 22 different Olympic-type sports. Special Olympics provides year-round sports training and athletic competition in a variety of Olympic-type sports for children and adults with intellectual disabilities, providing continuing opportunities to develop physical fitness, demonstrate courage, experience joy, and participate in a sharing of gifts, skills, and friendships with their families, other Special Olympic athletes, and the community. Mr. Speaker, the Special Olympics program is more than an athletic competition. The program, when offered in schools known as Unified Champion Schools, reduces bullying, teasing, and the use of offensive language to those with intellectual disabilities. Graduation rates of high schools that implemented UCS increased 1.1% for students without disabilities and increased 1.4% for students living with disabilities. The work Special Olympics is doing results in an average of 4.5 more inclusive experiences for each student who participates. In Pennsylvania alone, there are more than 720 USC partner schools in more than 50 counties. In fact, St. Mary's Area High School in Elk County, Pennsylvania, PA 15, the Flying Dutchman, their unified sports teams completed an undefeated inaugural season, became the 2023 Interscholastic Unified Bocce PIAA state champs at the Giant Center in Hershey, Pennsylvania. The unified program truly changes lives. One of the families participating summed up the program best in saying, quote, "Unified sports really does unify a school, a community, and most of all gives families like myself a lot of joy and for a moment to forget about a diagnosis," end quote. Special Olympics also focuses on the long-term health of their athletes. People with intellectual disabilities lack equitable access to health services and die on average 20 years earlier than the general population in the United States. Special Olympics creates a healthier world for individuals with intellectual disabilities through initiatives that reduce health disparities and instead works towards equitable access to quality health services for people living with intellectual disabilities. To date, Special Olympics Health has provided more than 1 million health screenings to Special Olympic athletes to identify unmet health needs, refer them to appropriate care, and allow them to succeed on the field and in their communities. In fact, from 2011-2012, Special Olympics of Pennsylvania conducted more than 9,000 screenings. For some, these screenings are the first time that they've seen a doctor. The programs build on the success of the PATH program to further improve the health status and increase access to community health resources. Mr. Speaker, Special Olympics and Special Olympics Pennsylvania chapter wouldn't be possible without the community volunteers. The PA chapter has more than 30,000 coaches and volunteers assisting athletes during all levels of competition. This program touches countless people in numerous ways, and its impact reaches far beyond the sphere of sports. It was a privilege to work with the State College chapter, and I am proud to share the 2023 Paterno Family Beaver Stadium run was the most successful run ever, that day raising more than $448,000 for Special Olympics Pennsylvania athletes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 1 week, on June 1st, the country and the world is going to witness something that we have never seen before. There will be an office in the United States Treasury, less than a mile from here, in which a group of people will decide, are we going to pay the soldier deployed in Syria to combat ISIS, or are we going to send out Social Security checks? Are we going to pay air traffic controllers, or are we going to support the Medicare program that provides health care for retirees? That's tragedy in and of itself. But the world is going to see something it has never seen before. It's going to see that the United States is no longer trustworthy, that we don't pay our bills, that we don't abide by the obligations that we freely took in this chamber. And even worse, Putin and Xi and the leadership of North Korea and Iran are going to say, look, democracy does not work. The greatest country, the supposedly greatest country in the world, won't pay its bills. Now, are we in this place because we don't have the money? Of course we're not. We've got the money. We're the richest, most powerful country in the world. We are in this place because my Republican colleagues have figured out that they have a perfect hostage situation. That if this Congress, and make no mistake, it is the Congress's obligation to raise the debt ceiling. It is not the president's obligation under the law. It is the Congress's obligation to raise the debt ceiling. They understand that if we don't raise the debt ceiling, catastrophe ensues. And so they have a list of ransom demands. And we saw it because it passed in this House 2 weeks ago. It would require veterans with mental illness to work in order to receive food stamps. It would reverse the historic measures that the Congress took to turn around the tragedy of climate change. We know what the ransom demands are. Now, I happen to disagree with those ransom demands, and we have a mechanism by which the Republican majority could pass those. Anybody who ever watched Schoolhouse Rock knows what that mechanism is. You pass it in the House, you pass it in the Senate, the president signs it, and you get your way. But of course, they can't get their way because they understand that that list of ransom demands is deeply, deeply unpopular with the American people. So instead, they're saying, unless you do this stuff, Mr. President, Mr. Schumer in the Senate, we're going to destroy the global economy and the reputation of the United States of America. Now, am I being unfair in saying that it's a hostage situation? Let me quote my colleague from Florida, who yesterday said, and I quote him, "I think my conservative colleagues, for the most part, support Limit, Save, and Grow." That's, by the way, the ransom list. And they don't feel like we should negotiate with our hostage. Republican member of Florida. They don't feel we should negotiate with our hostage. Now, Democrats, because we feel some sense of obligation and responsibility to the full faith and credit and the dignity of the United States, didn't do this under Donald Trump. 3 times, Democrats acceded without a ransom list to a raise in the debt ceiling when Donald Trump was president. Donald Trump, when he was president, said this about the debt ceiling. Quote, "That's a very, very sacred thing in our country, the debt ceiling. We can never play with it." Let me quote the Speaker of the House yesterday. The Speaker of the House says, when he is asked, what do the Democrats get in this negotiation? You get reversing climate change, you get work requirements for Medicaid and food stamps. What do the Democrats get? The Speaker said, we are going to raise the debt ceiling. Folks, the quiet part is being spoken out loud. This is a hostage situation. The implications here, and I try to make this case to my Republican friends, eventually we Democrats will learn from this level of irresponsibility, and the next time there's a Republican president, we will have a ransom list. Is this the way we want to legislate in the greatest country in the world? I don't think so. To illustrate how corrupt this enterprise is, how corrupt the reasoning is, here's what's happening. The Republicans passed the Trump tax cuts, $2 trillion in deficit addition. By the way, a full quarter of the national debt was accrued under one president, Donald Trump. A quarter. This country has a 245 years history. 1/4 of the debt was accrued in the 4 years of Donald Trump. So here's what's happening. We have a big old dinner. We order the appetizers. We order the hors d'oeuvres. We order expensive wine. We order 4 courses. This is the spending and the tax cuts that this institution likes. And then we say, we're not paying the bill.
The gentleman's time's expired.
My friends, that doesn't work. Let's get past this debt ceiling insanity.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malliotakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize one of my constituents, 100-year-old World War II veteran Daniel Lawrence Holohan of Staten Island, New York, who tomorrow will be awarded the Bronze Star from Secretary of the Navy Carlos del Toro for his heroic achievement. In January, the members of the VFW Post 7172 on Staten Island, led by Captain Timothy Forsyth, contacted my office about a veteran who they believe should be recognized for his achievements on Iwo Jima in February of 1945 as a member of the Underwater Demolition Team 13. 5 days before the historic Battle of Iwo Jima, the USS Barr was ordered to the eastern side of the island, where Team 13 was ordered to erect a navigational light on Higashiwa and islet about 4,000 yards offshore. Despite the heavy artillery fire of the enemy, 3 officers and 15 men assigned to the task, including Petty Officer Daniel Holohan, were miraculously successful in carrying out their mission without a single casualty. These men worked tirelessly for 5 days to clear the water's edge and make way for the historic Battle of Iwo Jima. Petty Officer Holohan, along with several other enlisted members of his team, was initially recommended for the award of the Bronze Star Medal. However, because of Mr. Holohan was transferred to the East Coast at the end of the war, he was not able to participate in the presentation of this prestigious award. Earlier this year, I wrote to Secretary of the Navy highlighting Mr. Holohan's contributions and asked that his service receive the honor it deserves from our grateful nation. In response to my request, tomorrow the Secretary of the Navy, Del Toro, will award Mr. Holohan the Bronze Star for valor for his heroic actions and his selflessness. I, like those who I represent in New York's 11th Congressional District, are very proud and grateful for Mr. Holohan's service to our great nation and the bravery that he displayed nearly 80 years ago. As we head into Memorial Day weekend to honor those who did not return from war, those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, I also want to give thanks to our service members like Daniel Holohan, who are willing to give their lives, but thankfully they returned home. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Holt Fentanyl Act. This is the Drug Enforcement Administration's top legislative priority, and if we do not take action to permanently schedule fentanyl-related substances, we will see many fentanyl-related substances becoming street legal. We will see law enforcement lose their authority to seize these extremely lethal drugs. We will see drug traffickers continue to be empowered to push these deadly drugs on our children, and we will see our U.S. Customs and Border Protections lose their authority to seize these substances crossing the border. In 2022, last year, more than 109,000 people died from fentanyl overdoses, with the majority coming from illicit fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances. It is the #1 killer of young Americans age 18 to 49. In addition to that, it's important to note that the DEA has announced results of a years-long national operation, Operation Last Mile, which specifically targeted fentanyl traffickers that run by the drug cartels operating right here in the United States. According to the Department of Justice, there are 2 cartels who use multi-city distribution networks, violent local street gangs, and individual dealers across the U.S. to drive addiction. The DEA's operation led to the arrest of over 3,300 individuals and the seizure of nearly 44 million fentanyl pills, more than 6,500 pounds of fentanyl powder, more than 91,000 pounds of methamphetamine, and 8,500 firearms, and more than $100 million. The fentanyl powder and pills seized alone equate to nearly 193 million deadly doses of fentanyl removed from our communities across the United States. It is so incredibly important that we not only pass the Holt Fentanyl to give DEA, to keep DEA having the tools that they need to do their job, but we also passed House Republicans' border security package. We know that the drug traffickers are raking in $13 billion a year, human trafficking and drug trafficking over our southern border. And according to the DEA, the Mexican criminal organizations are now the most prominent wholesale-level heroin traffickers in the DEA Chicago, New Jersey, Philadelphia, and Washington Field Division areas of responsibility, and have greatly expanded their presence in New York City. We must pass our border security bill in the Senate, and we must pass the Holt Fentanyl bill here in the House and in the Senate as well. Thank you very much. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate the extraordinary life and legacy of a trailblazing public servant and educator, Selma Mayor George Patrick Evans, who passed away at the age of 78 on May 15th. A native of Selma, Alabama, Mayor Evans overcame great diversity and adversity to break down barriers for generations of leaders like myself to follow. An educator, coach, basketball referee, principal, superintendent, city council president, and mayor, Evans wore many hats. But the common thread was service. He loved our hometown of Selma, Alabama, and he served her well. He dedicated over 40 years to the Dallas County Public School System, cultivating an impactful career, molding, teaching, coaching, mentoring the youth of Selma and Dallas County. In 1994, he made history again as the first African-American superintendent of Dallas County Public Schools. He began his career in electoral politics in the Selma City Council. In this role, he brought the same passion, love of people and community, making history as the first African-American president of the Selma City Council. In 2008, he earned more distinctions as the second African-American mayor of the city of Selma in its 192-year history. During his 2 terms as Selma's mayor, Evans led the Queen City through the recession of 2008, the implementation of the city's optic fiber network, and helped address the lingering impact of segregation within Selma's community. I was proud to partner with Mayor Evans to bring vital federal resources home to Selma and Dallas County. From his demonstrated efforts to revitalize downtown Selma to his commitment to making our community safer and stronger, Mayor Evans fought hard to improve the lives of the people he served. His foresight propelled the city of Selma forward and cemented his legacy as a trusted leader in our community. On a personal note, I have known Mayor Evans all my life. I even served as his family's babysitter during my youth. Mayor Evans has always been a man of great character and honor, whose love of God, family, and community has been his guiding principle. Through all of his accomplishments, he has led by example through his hard work, perseverance, grit, and kindness. His public service has left an indelible imprint on the city of Selma, and we will miss him terribly. Let us not weep, but find comfort in knowing that his incredible legacy will live on in the many people he touched. On behalf of Alabama's 7th Congressional District, I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring and celebrating the extraordinary life and legacy of Selma's Mayor George Patrick Evans for his decades of service to the city of Selma, Dallas County, and the entire state of Alabama. May he rest in peace and power. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today during Skin Cancer Awareness Month to raise awareness of the most common and often avoidable form of cancer, non-melanoma skin cancer. Nationwide, 3.3 million cases are reported annually, including over 13,000 in Pima County alone. Sun exposure on unprotected skin is the primary cause of skin cancer, and it's a year-round threat. Other risk factors include the use of tanning equipment, family history, and increasing age. Typically, this type of cancer is treated with Mohs surgery, but today, I am pleased to note a non-surgical alternative is available in Arizona, which means those afraid of surgery can now seek treatment. I congratulate Tucson dermatologist Mark Epstein for being the first in southern Arizona to provide this new standard of care. This method avoids all potential complications of surgery, using a low-level X-ray precisely targeted through the use of ultrasound imaging with a rate of cure of over 99%. Given that most states now offer this non-surgical treatment and more than 50,000 patients have been treated successfully with it, no one should avoid timely treatment for this common skin cancer. This month and always, I hope all Arizonans will take the simple skin care precautions necessary to prevent cancer. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to shine light on yet another tragedy unfolding at our southern border. We've all seen the surge of border crossings, fentanyl trafficking, and migrant deaths brought about by President Biden's mishandling of the border. Recently, the New York Times investigated the treatment of migrant children by the Department of Health and Human Services. They found that the department had lost contact with over 85,000 migrant children after placement with sponsors. What's even worse, hundreds of these children have been found in work environments that defy child labor laws, some working 12-hour days in hazardous conditions. In an effort to rush migrants out of the government custody, HHS lack of vetting has put vulnerable children directly in harm's way. As an immigrant myself, and especially as a father, it's heartbreaking to imagine the neglect that these innocent children have endured. First as a casualty of the border crisis, and now by the agencies tasked with rescuing them. It's a national tragedy and an embarrassment to allow this exploitation to continue. I am proud to be a first-generation American who has benefited from the freedoms and opportunities of this country. This is not the best that America has to offer. What's happening at the border is not part of the American dream my family pursued and thousands of other families continue to pursue. We've seen babies abandoned in rivers, migrants dying in deserts, and high-speed car chases through our neighborhoods. Last month, I led 75 of my colleagues in a letter to the Biden administration and the officials demanding accountability for this terrible neglect. We carried out our constitutional duty of oversight and set a deadline for Secretary Mayorkas and Secretary Becerra to provide transparency. The deadline was 12 days ago. With the Biden administration refusing to take action to prevent another surge at the border, it's hard to see what exactly these officials are preoccupied with. This must be a top priority. Focusing on border security isn't just about keeping Americans safe, it's about stopping an ongoing humanitarian crisis. As we speak, lives are being put at risk, migrants are being exploited, and the only people winning are the cartels leveraging this administration's weak border policy. I urge President Biden and his cabinet to accept accountability for this disaster and implement the border security measures our country desperately needs. There is no time to waste. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my deep frustration with the Biden administration, especially the State Department, and its indifference to the suffering of the Cuban people. I was in Cuba in December. I've traveled there often over the past 4 decades. I have deep ties to many ordinary Cubans, small entrepreneurs, and people of faith. I have never seen the Cuban people suffer such hardship as they are at this moment. The main drivers of Cuban migration right now are hunger and a despair for a better future. There are many reasons for this desperation. The economic collapse of the tourist economy during the COVID-19 epidemic, rigid economic controls by the Cuban government that changed too slowly, a harsh crackdown on protests and the denial of basic rights and freedoms. But a significant factor contributing to this suffering are the policies of the United States. Despite promises made as a candidate, President Biden has failed to undo the economic and financial restrictions imposed by his predecessor. He has failed to remove Cuba from the state sponsor of terrorism list against all reason, information, and analysis that should have led to its immediate removal upon his taking office. These restrictions have strangled ordinary people's daily activities, financial transactions, the Cuban private sector, activities by other Western governments, and even the delivery of humanitarian aid. In December, young entrepreneurs were begging me to remove Cuba from the state-sponsored list of terrorism. The governments of Colombia and Mexico and many others have asked the Biden administration to remove Cuba from this list. They have received the same response as many members of Congress, and indifferent silence. No doubt the Biden administration will tinker around the edges, announcing limited reforms that might allow a few small entrepreneurs to survive another year or two, but they won't thrive. And such measures will hardly alleviate the suffering of the Cuban people as a whole. Until this administration takes a hard look in the mirror and gets serious, until it removes Cuba from the state sponsor of terrorism list and ends the economic and financial restrictions imposed during the Trump administration, the United States will continue to contribute to the suffering of the Cuban people every single day, every single hour. The Biden administration has had nearly 2.5 years to undo the Trump restrictions. It has purposely decided to keep them in place, even to embrace them, no matter the cost to the Cuban people. These policies are no longer President Trump's policies. They are Biden's. Cuban migration is just a symptom of the suffering. It won't stop until U.S. policy changes and starts working on behalf of the Cuban people, rather than sitting back and continuing the harsh policies that have driven thousands to abandon their homes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am angry, I am frustrated, and I'm past making excuses for this administration on this issue. We need to change U.S. policy towards Cuba. Today couldn't be soon enough. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are the only ones that have done their job to pass legislation that raises the debt ceiling in a reasonable, responsible, and sensible way. Now, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen tells us that the United States may run out of funds to pay our bills in just 8 days. Yet the Democrat-controlled Senate has yet to put forward a proposal or even hold a single vote. And unfortunately, the President has wasted valuable time refusing to negotiate. In fact, it's taken more than 100 days for him to even come to the negotiating table. Despite Speaker McCarthy's repeated calls to the White House to just have a meeting, President Biden declined at each and every turn until recently, inching our nation towards a Democrat-induced default. So, with only 8 days left until our nation potentially drives off the fiscal cliff thanks to Democrats' wasteful and out-of-control spending, you'd expect the President would be at the negotiating table each and every day, around the clock, until we get a deal done to avoid the disastrous default. But instead, he spent the weekend traveling overseas. To me and many of the Tennesseans I represent, the President seems to be neglecting his duties during these most critical moments. Republicans have done everything we can to avoid this scenario. Like I mentioned, the House is the only body to pass legislation that responsibly raises the debt ceiling and does so while also saving American taxpayers trillions of dollars. President Biden's actions remind me of a child who doesn't get their way. But unfortunately, the President's temper tantrum will have much more dire consequences than that of a toddler. Now, there's an easy solution to this problem. If the President were serious about avoiding default, he could instruct his counterparts in the Senate to pass our bill. The House passed Limit, Save, Grow Act, which raises the debt ceiling in a reasonable, responsible, and sensible manner. Sure, maybe the President and Senate Democrats didn't get their homework done by the due date, but they are more than welcome to copy ours and turn it in for full credit. So, Mr. Speaker, if a Democrat president delays negotiations and if a Democrat-controlled Senate doesn't pass anything, what do you get? You get the United States' first ever default that will lie squarely on Democrats' shoulders. A Democrat default. It's a shame that after all of these years that the President spent in the Senate, a body known for its bipartisanship and ability to compromise, that the President has brought us this close to default. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, the Democrats' default will have catastrophic impacts on the U.S. economy. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, and that we can come together to save our country from fiscal insanity by limiting Washington's out-of-control spending. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Veazey, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the amazing accomplishments once again from the Fort Worth Independent School District. And I want to start off talking about Kalani Lawson, who is a sophomore at Paul Laurence Dunbar High School in Fort Worth. Kalani recently broke a 27-year-old state record at the UIL State Track Meet in Austin this year. Kalani finished the 4A 100-meter hurdles in 13.98 seconds, breaking the previous record of 14.04 seconds, earning the accomplishment of having the first sub-14 time in the event's history. And in amazing Texas sportsmanship fashion, the record holder, who owned the record from 1998 in Groesbeck, went on Facebook and congratulated her for breaking her record. And by finishing in this time, Kalani also broke Dunbar's record for the girls' 100-meter hurdles by beating the previous record set by her track coach, Leah Matthews. Madam Speaker, I want to highlight Kalani's dedication to track and field and her achievements as a young student athlete. This is an incredible family. They have a long history in Fort Worth in the business community, in the teaching endeavors, and lots of amazing athletes have come out of this family as well. Looking forward to Kalani's junior and senior season at Dunbar High School as she continues to do amazing things. Mr. Speaker, I also want to commend another Fort Worth ISD athlete, an accomplished young student athlete by the name of Malik Franklin at Oscar Dean Wyatt High School in Fort Worth. Malik is a junior, and he is a two-time All-American track and field athlete. He's captain of the varsity football team, and he is carrying a 4.1 GPA. And Malik competed in the 2023 track meet in Austin also, and he brought home the top prize for the boys' 5A 400-meter sprint event, winning in 47.58 seconds, almost a full second ahead of any of his competitors. And to qualify for the event, he had to race across all 4 regions in Texas. That's 254 counties. This young man is going places. Malik is following in his father's footsteps, Michael Franklin, who in 1998 was a part of the winning O.D. Wyatt track team that set a national high school record in the 4x100 relay, a record that still stands to this day. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I really want to congratulate these amazing student athletes on their future and what they're doing on the field today.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor 2 young men who gave their lives in Vietnam 55 years ago. Marvin E. Galbraith and John Timothy Lane were friends who grew up in Brewster, Washington as the Vietnam War broke out. Both graduated from Brewster High School, and at the age of 20, in the spring of 1968, each found himself in combat in Vietnam. Lance Corporal Galbraith served with K Company, 3rd Battalion, 7th Marines in the I Corps region of South Vietnam. On March 27, he was killed by a landmine while on patrol in Quang Nam Province. Marvin was laid to rest in Bridgeport Cemetery with 5 generations of his family. Private First Class Lane deployed in the Mekong Delta with B Company of the 4th Battalion, 9th Infantry Manchus of the 25th Infantry Division. On May 4, He was killed in a night battle near Duquois when he threw himself on an enemy hand grenade in a brave act to save his fellow soldiers. In recognition of Tim Lane's courage, he was posthumously awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, the nation's second highest award for valor. He was buried at Locust Grove. As Memorial Day approaches, I want to honor the lives of these two young men from Brewster who heroically sacrificed their lives for our nation. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Washington State University, celebrating 50 years of their flagship extension Master Gardeners program. Founded in 1973 by WSU Extension agents from King and Pierce counties, their very first training session had 200 applicants. The Master Gardener concept has been replicated across the United States and internationally, and today there are over 85,000 certified extension Master Gardeners. With a mission to engage university-trained volunteers to empower and sustain diverse communities with relevant, unbiased, research-based horticulture and environmental stewardship education, they have made quite the impact, not only in my state of Washington, but around the world. This program makes me proud to be an alumnus of Washington State University, and I thank the hardworking visionaries and the volunteers who believe in the impact that education and engagement can have on the health of our communities and our neighbors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to warn of the risk of U.S. default. Its ripple effects will hurt countless people across our nation and the Buckeye State. Default will reverse the Biden recovery and historic job growth, heading our nation into deep recession. And default will make it almost impossible to pay down the bills America owes as economic growth will be stalled out. Extremists in Congress don't seem to care. Their dawdling and irresponsible threats to not pay America's bills risk throwing a wrench in the heart of the U.S. economy. Stock market crashes and the unemployment they trigger hurt everyone. Extremist heedlessness will trigger a recession, tank our stock market, kill off businesses, lead to mass layoffs, and reduce earnings on everything from retirement funds to new investments. Extremist recklessness will cause America's economy great harm. We cannot allow this to happen. Only a growing economy can generate the momentum to pay our bills. Following the worst pandemic in modern history and the market collapse of 2008, our nation has just begun to stabilize our institutions, create record economic and job growth, and build forward again to pay our bills. But more economic turmoil drives America backward. Let me remind folks, America's debt, which has to be paid, didn't begin to accumulate in the last 2 years. The last time our nation balanced a budget was during the Clinton presidency. That was largely possible because of budgetary defense savings made possible by the peace dividend following the fall of the Soviet Union. Since then, our nation has fought an extended war on terrorism at a cost of, listen, $8 trillion and 900,000 lost lives. Further, our communities are still digging out of the horrible Wall Street-induced housing crash of 2008. And we've been turning the corner on recovery from the massive pandemic that killed over 1 million of our friends and family members, and our health system is still struggling to recover from that. In this hand, I hold up the President's budget, a 132-page document given to us over 2 months ago. This document outlines a real plan to continue to grow our economy from the bottom up and middle out in order to pay our bills. And the chart I brought to the floor today shows the rising debt of our country as a percent of GDP, which is how you have to measure it, and from the Biden administration, the first time that we begin to move that line down. On the other hand, we have extremist backpedaling, which aims to take a flamethrower to the programs that help Americans nationwide by making 22% cuts to all non-defense spending. This would hurt working families, stifle job growth, and impact millions of Americans who need care in our hospitals and depend on secure retirement income. Our nation is now in the midst of historic job growth, with nearly 13 million jobs added under President Biden in just 28 months. Think about it, and think about those who would hold our economy hostage. They would reverse economic growth. Our economy would shrink, eliminating millions of jobs while reducing retirement account earnings or tanking their accounts altogether. Default would lead to a huge decline in consumer spending that will cripple economic growth, forcing cuts in critical federal programs that put oxygen into the economy, Meals on Wheels, which bring food and company to homebound seniors and those in need. Cuts will impact programs like LIHEAP that help people pay monthly utility bills for home energy costs. And extremist cuts will raise costs of child care, pre-K, and kindergarten spots for millions of children nationwide, forcing working parents to choose between expensive child care costs or staying home and losing wages, deflating economic growth. Balancing the budget requires economic growth, not economic reversal. Our nation came out of the pandemic as the strongest economy in the world. Let's build on this success, not take a wrecking ball to it. Here's an idea to balance the budget. What if mega corporations and billionaires begin to pay their fair share of taxes? Some pay nothing, and even because of their tax lawyers, many get a tax refund. Everybody has to help pull this boat of America. So extremists in this chamber want America to default on our obligations and stifle our economy. Responsible Americans know growing our economy will achieve new revenues necessary to pay the bills. We need steady economic growth, economic progress, not default. I'll choose economic progress every time. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, it is with distinct honor and respect that I rise to recognize the Honorable Madeline Berdallo, who is celebrating her 90th birthday this month. An 8-term member of the House of Representatives, Congresswoman Berdallo stood in these very sacred halls and under this historic dome for 16 years, representing Guam and ensuring our community needs were always prioritized on a federal level. A 2-term lieutenant governor, a senator for several terms in the Guam legislature, and an iconic first lady for 8 years. Congresswoman Berdallo's record with public service is vast and endless. As a pioneer for education, an advocate for our youth, and one who has always prioritized the beautification of our island, there are many achievements in Guam which are credited to the work of the Congresswoman. I would need several hours just to name a handful of her accomplishments over the decades. On behalf of a thankful nation and island, I would like to thank Congresswoman Madeline Berdallo for her decades of work for the people. I would also like to request this august body to join me under these sacred and historic halls of Congress to wish Congresswoman Madeline Berdallo a happy birthday and blessings for many more. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
I rise to address the House for 5 minutes and to advise and extend my remarks. Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the serious issue of raising our debt limit before we raise havoc on America's economy and impacts for the world's economy. What I want to talk about is common sense in terms of how we move forward with regards to our fiscal needs. Since 1960, the Congress has raised the debt limit 78 times. 78 times since 1960. It is the Congress's responsibility to do this. 49 times under Republican presidents, 29 times under Democratic presidents. There is a degree of hypocrisy that has filtered through this House in recent months regarding the debt ceiling. With the last administration, the Trump administration, we voted to increase the debt 3 times, to lift the debt ceiling under the Trump administration, while at the same time, the debt was being increased by 25%. 25%. I even remember the President Trump saying that he was the king of debt. I guess he is, or was. The fact is if that hadn't been increased by 25%, we wouldn't be here today with the dilemma of how we should raise the debt ceiling. We should raise it the way we have previously, cleanly in a bipartisan fashion. That's what we have done historically. As Sergeant Friday used to say, just the facts, ma'am, because the debt ceiling has no impact on our spending, which is a reasonable issue to debate on how we spend America's tax dollars. And that is what the Congress ought to do. But the debt ceiling simply commits us to paying the bills that we have already incurred, to pay the bills we've already incurred. That's what this is about. And that's why, since 1960, Congress, under Republican and Democratic administrations, has raised the debt ceiling 78 times, 49 times under Republican presidents, 29 times under Democratic presidents. Yesterday's announcement by Secretary Treasurer Yellen makes it clear there is no time to waste. There is no time to waste. June 1st is looming closely. And the havoc that would occur if we don't lift the debt ceiling is significant. It is significant. We can and should avoid this economic catastrophe. I have voted to raise the debt ceiling in 19 years that I've been here 16 times, 3 times under the Trump administration. It is a responsible thing to do. If we default on our debt, nearly 8 million jobs will disappear soon after in June. If we default on our debt, nearly Social Security payments will be jeopardized. If we default on our debt, payments to veterans will be impacted. If we default on our debt, health benefits will be at a risk for millions of Americans. In California, if we default on our debt as a result of the proposal that the Republicans are making and the measure that they passed, we would eliminate preschools and child care for over 35,000 children. It would strip food assistance for over 1.3 million Californians. It would make more expensive for students in terms of college for over 874,000 students. And it would increase housing costs for 83,000 people in California. These numbers are being updated. So, where are we? There is a common sense agreement based upon past century that we must lift the debt ceiling. Republicans have acknowledged that. And as a blue dog, I believe in fiscal responsibility. And I want to work with my colleagues on both sides on a bipartisan effort, as I have, to lower our debt, because we must, to ensure that Social Security remains solvent and Medicare over the long term. We must do those things. But there's a way to do it. We can lift the debt ceiling cleanly as we have in the past, and we can agree to a bipartisan commission, a serious commission, to look at our debt and how we reduce our debt as occurred under the Clinton administration. That is common sense. That's what this is all about. So bipartisan attempts, but partisan attempts to score political points should not be at the expense of the full faith and credit of the United States. Not only are Americans' economic recovery is at threat here, but the U.S. dollar is the currency of the global economy. So, America is not a deadbeat nation. We need to pay our bills, and we need to meet the needs of American people. Let's lift our debt ceiling by June 1st. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMelfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Endangered Species Act was put into law over 50 years ago. Of course, we know its purpose was to protect and recover vulnerable species, save them from population decline and extinction. The Act, however, has to date only recovered a couple dozen species, as there are more than 1,300 species listed in the United States. The ratio of recovery, indeed, is a failure. The ESA must be reformed to refocus the efforts of the federal government to recover animal species in a timely manner without also making it so difficult for people to coexist in their habitat as well. We have this law now that is more likely to be used as a backdoor to regulate economic activity than a pro-conservation piece of legislation. Numerous examples of activist groups weaponize the ESA is to use it as a business model. Indeed, they make money from the lawsuits. For example, in my part of the state, in the Central Valley, the Valley elderberry longhorn beetle has had a very negative effect on the ability of Valley residents to maintain floods in the form of levees. The residents cannot upgrade or improve the levees in this area because the ESA prevents them from doing so without very costly, long-held permits. This is despite the fact that the longhorn beetle is actually recommended by Fish and Wildlife to be delisted for many years now. But the environmental groups indeed keep litigating on that, and the Fish and Wildlife organization has pulled back from delisting the beetle. So why do they do this? It's obvious. If the beetle is delisted, it loses the ESA protections that make levee upgrades so difficult and expensive and time-consuming in order to obtain the permits. Though the beetle has been delisted in some areas of California, such as the southern part, my district, it is still listed, still making it difficult to do needed flood control projects. Another example, one that has devastated the forest industry in the West especially, is the spotted owl that was listed many years ago. We find that the ESA has indeed made that a weapon against forest management. And we've seen the results of that with million-acre fires year after year, hundreds of thousands of acres of fire that have been wreaking havoc on so much of the West because we can't manage the lands because they might believe there's a spotted owl nearby, even though it isn't really the management of forests that's the problem. It's another larger owl nearby that actually devastates the owl, known as the barred owl. So the spotted owl seems to like forests that are a little closer to human activity because it's seen as a protection from the barred owl, which devastates their population. So what's the end result? Over 100 sawmills in California have shut down due to these protections that indeed make it a timber supply unavailable to the sawmills. So they go away, but instead we have to import timber. Now the activists themselves that sue over this, they don't live in these conditions. They live in cities far away. They don't have to live with the conditions of their economy being devastated in a small town in Northern California or Oregon or other western states. So it's really easy to regulate other people somewhere else and say they have an ideal about what a forest should look like when their own homes aren't subject to the threat of fire. Indeed, places like Greenville, California, Canyon Dam, California, and a lot of us have heard about Paradise, California, around the country a few years ago as well. So if they don't have to experience it, it's really easy to have urban legislators make regulations that continue to devastate these areas. It's actually the local people that know best how to fight fire, how to manage the lands, and how to generate an economy that helps those communities take care of themselves and keep the people supplied with paper products and wood products that the country still wants. So why in the world are we the #2 importer of wood in the United States? Well, we have so much that we could utilizing and having managed forests that have the right ratio of trees per acre that actually is sustainable instead of this horrific overpopulation of trees that creates its own drought really and creates a situation where there become tinder boxes, million-acre fires, ruining the habitat, killing the wildlife, indeed opposite of what the Endangered Species Act is trying to do. As well, Why is it we have such high food prices in this country? Why do we even encounter food shortages in the United States of America? Because it's hard to have a water supply in California that is a steady, stable supply. They take away the ability to build dams and enhance our water storage, and all the water flows down the river and out to the sea. Endangered Species Act needs to be reformed so we can put things back on track for human needs. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the 19 children and 2 teachers murdered in Uvalde, Texas, 1 year ago today. One excruciating year has passed for the families of those we lost at Robb Elementary that day. A year of empty childhood bedrooms and vacant desks where a child should be. 1 full year, and what do we have to show for it? What has this legislative body done to answer the pain of these parents with policy? I ask myself this: have we passed any measures on this floor that will stop the next Uvalde? The answer to that is an obvious no, we have not. Because in the year since the second worst school shooting in American history, there has been 39 more. My district is about 355 miles north of Uvalde, but the horror of that day haunts every Texan as if it happened right next door. Maybe that's because it is happening next door. In a wave of gun violence that has touched every corner of Texas and every public space we once saw as safe, just this month, my home of North Texas has grieved the deaths of 8 Texans in a hateful act of violence at a shopping mall. That was the 9th mass shooting in Texas in 14 years. 14 years that lawmakers in Texas and Washington have used to loosen gun regulations. Well, I'll tell you something. As a Texan and as an American, I'm tired. I'm tired of being traumatized. Texas is tired of the terror. It is time to do our jobs and legislate instead of pontificate. The 21 Texans ripped from their families last year deserve more. The people of Uvalde who have grieved and cried and demanded change deserve more. I hope we don't come back here in a year with the same amount of nothing to show for these grieving families. I hope we can show up having passed universal background checks and a ban on the weapon of war that stole those children's lives. But if history that many Republicans don't believe we should have taught in schools, if history is any indication, then yet another year will pass, more lives will be lost, and politicians will put on their pastoral hats and issue prayers instead of practicing what they preach, which is to be tough on crime and to keep these weapons of war out of the hands of the many domestic terrorists that have frankly been radicalized by the right-wing extreme rhetoric. Regardless of what the Republicans do or don't do, regardless of their lack of courage to do, I'll continue doing what I do best, which is standing for common sense solutions that will save lives. To my colleagues, I challenge you, let's not fail these parents and children again. The #1 killer of children in this country is guns right now. It's time that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle practice what they preach and be pro-life. Let's save some lives. With that, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for the protection of freedom. While the circumstances that brought our heroes to combat vary, their sacrifice is the same. They died protecting their fellow soldiers in the foxhole, the skies, and the seas. We can never fully grasp the unique story of each of our fallen, but let us never forget the patriotic lesson that our nation's bravest remind us. Among them, we do not pursue freedom in support of the United States. We pursue the United States in support of freedom. On this Memorial Day, as the nation collectively pauses to remember those who've made the ultimate sacrifice, let us also contemplate what their sacrifice teaches us. The United States and its Constitution are more than a mutually beneficial agreement between the states. The final cause of our union is a universal principle of freedom. Many of our heroes lost their lives protecting the freedom of their friends, family, and neighbors. Others died in defense of freedom belonging to those they had never met. The sacrifice of our fallen servicemen and women, including thousands from the 3rd District of New York, reminds us of this. Today and every day, Mr. Speaker, let us honor the lives of our fallen military personnel and let their lessons guide our every decision as we move towards a free world. This Memorial Day, let's talk about that. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today during Military Appreciation Month to recognize some of Virginia's many active duty service members, veterans, fallen heroes, and military families. Earlier this month, I reached out to families across Virginia's 7th District to gather their stories of service, detailing the courage and the unwavering commitment of Virginians who have answered the call to serve our country. As the daughter-in-law, and granddaughter of veterans, I am humbled to read some of the stories I received. Rick Pullen of Fredericksburg shared the story of his wife, Air Force Colonel Sherry Zadlow, whom he described as the first woman in nearly every job she had in her 27-year career. Colonel Zadlow built an airfield, saw missiles come right at her while she was a passenger in a military cargo plane, and was almost killed by a roadside bomb. A symbol of dedicated service to country, her maternity uniform is a part of the Women's Military Museum collection. Marie Atkins from Prince William shared the story of her late husband, Michael Atkins, who joined the U.S. Army when he was 17 years old. He served 2 tours in Vietnam, joined the Army Reserves, and served in the Gulf War. Upon returning home, Mr. Atkins married Mrs. Atkins. They had 2 daughters, and he enjoyed spending time with his 3 grandchildren. Committed to honoring his brothers in arms, he was a member of 2 motorcycle clubs, Rolling Thunder and Patriot Guard, which escorted fallen service members to burials in military cemeteries. Mr. Atkins is now buried with military honors at Quantico National Cemetery. Annette Weiner from Orange shared the story of her late father, U.S. Army Air Corps fighter pilot Walter Koziel. Of her father's service in World War II, she writes, "Few people know that he was among a few brave volunteers to be the first to try shooting projectile rockets off the P-51 Mustang. They were told that it was uncertain when the rockets would detonate and that they could light up while still on the wing. Dad said to himself, well, somebody's got to do it. He had guts and he loved his country," she wrote. I also heard from Clayton Hill from Stafford, who shared the story of his great uncle, Wib Cooper, a U.S. Army veteran and doctor in the Pacific Theater during World War II, where my own grandfather served. Mr. Cooper was captured by Japanese forces and survived the horrific Bataan Death March. In Clayton's words, during that time, he stood up to his captors on behalf of other prisoners. He was decorated for his valor. Michelle from Stafford, who was born and raised in Germany, immigrated to the United States in 1980, and she shares that she always felt that service to country is the responsibility and duty of all citizens. She wrote, quote, "When I joined the Army, it was my way of giving back to a country that was to become my new home." She served for 8 years before transitioning into civilian service working for the U.S. government, and she retired after 35 years of total service to our country. Alexa Rice from Prince William wrote to honor many of her loved ones, her husband serving in the U.S. Army, currently on active duty, as well as her brother, who serves in the U.S. Marine Corps. Her husband has been deployed for the past 8 months, and Alexa's father served for more than 20 years in the Marine Corps. Her oldest brother serves in the Marines. Her grandfather served with both the Marine Corps and the U.S. Navy. She writes, quote, "It's with such gratitude that these special individuals, not just in my own family, but men and women all over, get the recognition and appreciation they surely earn and earned." Virginians who are serving, have served, or love someone who is serving or has served know the true meaning of sacrifice. We as Americans owe a debt of gratitude to every service member, past and present, who put on the uniform and defended our nation. I will continue working in Congress to pass legislation to connect Virginia's veterans and veterans across the country with the benefits and support they deserved and have earned. And I'll encourage all Americans to give thanks for the men and women in your life, in our communities who took up arms. And we must all remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our great country. We as Americans enjoy the promise of freedom because so many brave Virginians answered the call. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are at a precipice as we face a debt ceiling crisis coming down in a few short days. The president doesn't seem to have a sense of urgency in the negotiations that's required to meet the moment. Over the past 2 years, costs have gone up over 15%. Inflation is eating away at American paychecks. American families are finding it harder to get by. Our nation's debt now surpasses $31 trillion, and Washington continues to spend more. It's time to get our spending under control. This House passed a reasonable, sensible bill to raise the debt ceiling. The Limit Growth Save Act moves our debt ceiling up by limiting the growth of government, saving taxpayers money, and growing the economy. It'll claw back unspent COVID funds, making sure we're protecting taxpayers. It calls for able-bodied, childless adults to be required to work a minimum of 20 hours a week in order to receive benefits. Bringing people back into the workforce will actually grow our economy and help address poverty. We can limit government growth and spending. We can save taxpayer money, and we can grow the economy all at the same time. Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful the President of the United States understands the urgency of the moment and comes together to save taxpayers money. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to congratulate and pay tribute to an outstanding citizen of the United States. And I'm pleased to add that she is a member of my family, the Glass family. Before my mother married my father, her maiden name was Glass. The lady that we celebrate today and acknowledge as she celebrates her 100th birthday is Mrs. Vernetta Jordan Glass. I'm pleased to wish her a happy birthday and to wish all of my Glass relatives well as we celebrate a family reunion in Detroit, Michigan. Vernetta Jordan Glass was born on May 27, 1923, in the historic town of Mound Bayou, Mississippi. Of course, Mound Bayou traces its origin to the 1820s to a white planter, Joseph Davis, the older brother of Jefferson Davis, who was president of the Confederate States, who left the Union and formed the Confederacy, which led to the Civil War. After the war, Joseph Davis sold his land to a former slave, Benjamin Montgomery, and it was Isaiah T. Montgomery who led the founding of Mound Bayou in 1887. Vernetta was born on May 27, 1923, in Mound Bayou, Mississippi, and grew up in this all-black town. She went to school, church, participated in community activities, and was taught values by her parents that have guided her life to this day. She married Winston L. Glass, and she and her late husband migrated from Mississippi to Detroit, Michigan in 1947, where they created for themselves very productive lives, raised 7 highly educated and accomplished children. And after retiring from her nursing career, Vonetta increased her volunteer activities at her church, the community center, the Charles H. Wright Museum of African American History, the Detroit Symphony Orchestra, senior citizen centers, and other community places of interest. Understanding the value of electoral politics and the civil rights movement, for many years Vonetta worked as a judge of elections. She is grandmother to more than 50 grand and great-grandchildren and enjoys visits from friends and family. She also loves music and gardening and is a superb Scrabble player. As she reaches the ripe age of 100, I am pleased to wish this dynamic lady, who has accomplished so much, a happy birthday. And by the way, I am extraordinarily pleased that she is my cousin. Happy birthday, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Give ear to our prayers, O God. Do not hide yourself from our supplication, but hear us and answer us, as there is so much this day that troubles us. We look to one side of the world and we see the extensive damage visited upon Guam by Typhoon Mawar. Its three-pronged attack of high winds, torrential rains, and life-threatening storm surge have wreaked havoc upon your people. Lord, grant them respite from storm and tempest. As they flee the destruction around them and huddle in emergency shelters, grant them your comfort and hope. Wrap your hedge of protection around those who bear the responsibility of guiding people to safety, or tending to the wounds of the injured, or providing solace to the grieving. So too do we find ourselves praying as we look to the other side of the globe, where we are still witnessing the terrible devastation inflicted upon Ukraine at the hands of their aggressors. Their raging assault upon Ukrainian sovereignty, the leveling of whole cities, and the inhumane hostilities against innocents have caused unnecessary death and ruin. God, these too are your children. Lord, grant them respite from war's storm and tempest. As they continue to flee the destruction around them and huddle in emergency shelters, grant them too your comfort and hope. Wrap your hedge of protection around those who bear the responsibility of guiding people to safety, tending to the wounds of the injured, and providing solace to the grieving. From the violence of nature's wrath to the vitriol of war, in the West and the East and around the world, your people cry to you. Give ear to our prayers, O God, and do not hide yourself from our supplication. We trust in the strength of your name as we call upon you this day. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Miss Wild.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The irresponsible policies of Biden have caused the most threatening border crisis in American history. This illegal alien invasion exposes families to potential terrorist, human trafficking, and dangerous drugs. Since Biden took office in January 2021, there have been over 5.2 million illegal crossings. 10,300 illegal aliens came over the border on May the 9th this year, the highest ever. Gruesomely, another 1.5 million illegal aliens have crossed without being detained. That includes over 200 on the terrorist watch list, putting every American family everywhere at risk of mass murder. Drug cartels are destabilizing Mexico and killing over 107,000 Americans annually, mostly due to fentanyl. I am grateful House Republicans, led by Speaker Kevin McCarthy, have passed the Secure Border Act, stopping illegal aliens. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the safe haven of Afghanistan to America with open Biden borders. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on Memorial Day, we honor veterans who paid the ultimate sacrifice to protect our country. Many veterans who return home with lasting effects on their health and well-being. This Congress should honor their service by making sure that they have the access to quality health care, food, and housing. But the Default on America Act undermines this commitment to preserve tax cuts for billionaires. Their plan would cut veterans' benefits and programs by 22%. We are told that if they don't get everything they want, they will force a default, sending our economy into a spiral. Under President Trump, the debt ceiling was raised 3 times. Now, by holding veterans and other American priorities hostage, they are putting politics over people. I urge my colleagues to honor our commitment to those who have served and end this manufactured crisis. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. What purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the legislation efforts that we've had recently to define
fentanyl as poisoning and to address a very serious problem in the United States where we had 110,000 people die last year alone. And as an emergency medicine physician, to see anywhere from 1 to 5 overdoses per night, to see 4 of my patients come in that I could not revive and that are no longer with us. This is a serious problem. But I want to caution everybody in Congress, from my conservative roots and the conservative values that made this nation what it is, to not to turn to legislation to solve this problem, to understand that this is a people problem. Ultimately, you could spend $1 trillion overseas, you could fight wars, you could secure your border, but until we get our hearts straight, we will not solve this very real problem. Until we understand that when our children are taught that they are supporting murderers and rapists and child traffickers, people who would do harm to all of us, then they will stop with the incentive of creating the demand, and the problem will go away. This is a problem of our house, but not this house, but the house of our family. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month, particularly as it pertains to the struggles young people face in our nation today. Mental health is an issue close to my heart, and ensuring that everyone has access to the mental health care they need is one of my top priorities in Congress. In a recent national survey, 71% of college students reported experiencing mental health issues such as stress, anxiety, and depression. That's why I will soon be reintroducing my bill enhancing mental health and suicide prevention through Campus Planning Act, which promotes positive mental health among college students and encourages more comprehensive planning on college campuses to prevent suicide and other mental health crises. Schools and college campuses do not have the counselors or services needed to ensure that every one of our young people has a bright future, and it is our job to make sure they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the debt limit debate is a study in contrast between responsible Republicans and dysfunctional Democrats. On one side, you have responsible Republicans who have been working from the beginning to avoid default and reduce out-of-control spending. Speaker McCarthy called on President Biden to negotiate on January 12th. When President Biden ignored him for nearly 100 days, House Republicans passed the Limit, Save, Grow Act, the only plan that avoids default, lowers spending, protects Medicare and Social Security, and reduces our dependence on China. By contrast, dysfunctional Democrats have ignored the exploding national debt, even though it was their reckless spending that brought us here in the first place. President Biden knew the debt limit deadline was coming, but for months he did nothing. And now, with only 8 days until Secretary Yellen's June 1st default deadline, he continues to act irresponsibly. Mr. Speaker, my message to President Biden is simple. Get serious. Act urgently. Listen to the American people, not the far left in your party, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Our profit-driven healthcare system is killing us. It's outrageous that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world cannot guarantee healthcare for its people. Our for-profit healthcare system, fueled by corporate greed, has failed us while enriching big pharma at the direct expense of everyday Americans. Currently, more than 30 million Americans don't have health insurance, and many live in constant fear of losing their jobs and, along with it, their health care. Every human being, every single one, has the basic fundamental right to health care. That doesn't change if you are rich or if you are poor. Health care, again, is a human right, not a privilege. In the richest country, I know no family should ever face financial ruin because they got sick. No one should be forced to choose between putting food on the table or receiving life-saving treatment. And no one should have to die because they are unable to afford care. Congress must take bold action to transform our dysfunctional, broken healthcare system from one based on exploitation to one that prioritizes human dignity. I am proud to join my colleagues in fighting to pass Medicare for all. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a good friend of mine and even better lawyer that recently passed away in Knoxville, Bernie Bernstein. My friend Jerry Becker delivered me the bad news last week. Bernie and my father were good friends, and they served on a draft board together. Bernie served in the United States Air Force and was a respected lawyer and leader, and not only in the Jewish community, but in every community he was in, and especially in Knoxville. My dad had two compliments he'd give people. He said, "You'd make a good Marine," or he'd say, "He's solid." He always told me that if negotiations were ever going south, just let Bernie speak because he was solid. And Mr. Speaker, he was that. There's a Holocaust memorial that we built in West Hills Park, and when I was in the state legislature with the help of some folks, and Bernie was one of those. He gave me the words that are on the stone that stands there today. I remember we were supposed to have the dedication at the memorial, but dadgummit, it was raining cats and dogs, so we ended up having it at West Hills Baptist Church. And oddly enough, Bernie was dear friends with Pastor Prince, who has since passed away, and his son is now the pastor there, and he's my good friend. I walked up thinking no one would be there, and the doors opened, and it was completely jam-packed. It was packed because not only was Bernie a leader in the Jewish community, he was a good friend to everyone he met. My dad was right. Bernie was solid, and when he spoke, people listened. Thank you for being such a dear friend, and you will truly be missed, Bernie. He leaves his wife and 2 children, and I wish him shalom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today with the heaviest of heart to offer my sympathy and recognition to my fellow Texans and fellow Americans. On this day, the unspeakable happened in Uvalde, Texas. It happened on the 24th, and that weekend, I immediately went to Uvalde, simply wanting to embrace and to be able to understand with the parents who could not speak. We worshiped in a church. We walked amongst the flowers. We hugged children. To see 9-year-olds crying in utter pain because they lost their playmates. The viciousness of the scene. These parents, the ones, teachers, the loved ones of these children and teachers have never gotten justice. There have been no answers, and they've gone day after day asking what happened. They watched as children scrambled out of windows, looking to see if their child would come. No one helped in the midst of that crisis. I want us to look at these faces today.
Time has expired.
Mourn and seek justice for these families. I mourn them. I will take my moment of silence in honor of these beautiful children and loved ones who died viciously on May 24th.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Chief Warrant Officer Christopher Aramo, an Army officer from Oneonta, New York, who tragically lost his life in a helicopter crash in Alaska. Chief Aramo exemplified the bravery and selflessness that is required of our men and women in uniform. He knew the dangers that came with his service, and he dedicated his life to protecting our country and safeguarding our freedoms. As we mourn his passing, we also recognize the sacrifices all of our service members make every day. They put their lives on the line to protect us, and we are forever grateful for their service. May we always honor the bravery and sacrifice of Chief Aramo and all those who have given their last full measure of devotion to a grateful nation.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek to be recognized? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our nation is just 8 days away from a potential debt default, while House Republicans continue to hold the American economy hostage. As one of less than 7% of the members of Congress who have children under the age of 18, I'm particularly concerned about the impact that a default would have on our children as federal funding for crucial government programs that impact them runs out. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, 1 in 12 rely on SNAP benefits to put food on the table, and a default would jeopardize those payments as well as access to free and reduced lunch programs. Default is not an option. But the Republicans' extreme ransom note is not a viable alternative either. It would slash funding for our school systems and leave 200,000 children without access to Head Start slots and 100,000 without access to child care programs. In the Commonwealth, almost 6,000 children would be impacted. This would severely undermine our children's education and make it more difficult for parents to join the workforce and contribute to our economy. We must raise the debt ceiling now.
Time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman's time is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 467, the HALT Fentanyl Act. Oregon teenagers are dying from drug overdoses at a faster rate than any other state. In fact, adolescent overdose deaths Overdose deaths have more than tripled in Oregon since 2019. It's because dangerous amounts of fentanyl and fentanyl-laced pills are flooding our streets. Last year in my district, law enforcement seized enough fentanyl powder to kill the entire population of Oregon in just one single drug bust. I believe we must take a two-pronged approach to tackling the fentanyl crisis, support law enforcement, and enact tough-on-crime policies. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor the HALT Fentanyl Act, which accomplishes both of these goals by permanently classifying fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I drugs. I urge my colleagues to support this life-saving legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. The United States Postal Service is the only agency specifically mentioned in the Constitution. It's essential for delivering everything from medicine, tax documents, and in Oregon, where we proudly vote by mail, ballots. USPS is a pillar for rural communities and communities without high-speed internet. But under Postmaster General Louis DeJoy's leadership, workplace and revenue challenges at the Postal Service have caused drastic decline in public trust. One of the most significant issues facing the USPS is staff shortages. Issues like branch closures are forcing seniors and families in rural communities to travel further for postal services. DeJoy's 10-year plan will only make things at the U.S. Postal Service worse. His plan includes downgrading service standards, reducing person-to-person interactions, cutting air delivery, and slowing mail. Unfortunately, efficiency and quality are being sacrificed. The U.S. Postal Service must change course. Slashing services and raising prices harms their mission and diminishes the United States Postal Service popularity. Thank you. I yield the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today during National EMS Week to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Clarion County 911 and recognize its founder, Jim Cumberland. Clarion County's 911 was the very first 911 center in Pennsylvania when it opened in 1973. Founded as the Clarion County Communications Center, the 911 Center was housed in the historic Clarion County Jail, built in 1875. Jim Cumberland established the center following his experience as the East Brady Police Chief and the Clarion County Sheriff. He also served honorably in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. 50 years later, Clarion County 911 remains one of the most advanced 911 centers in the state and is one of 10 Northern Tier 911 centers utilizing Next Generation 911. In April, Mr. Cumberland's contributions were celebrated at an anniversary event at the new Clarion County Complex, which houses state-of-the-art public safety and emergency management departments. As a former healthcare worker and firefighter, I understand the critical importance of the 911 system. For this reason, I congratulate and thank Jim Cumberland and the Clarion County 911 on this special 50th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 467, the Halt Fentanyl Act. Every day, an average of 14 Pennsylvanians die as a result of drug overdose. In 2021, Pennsylvania recorded 5,449 overdose deaths, which is the fourth largest amount in the nation. Preliminary data shows that in 2022, roughly 110,000 Americans died from drug overdoses in the U.S., which is a new record as the fentanyl crisis deepens across this country. Just for perspective, fentanyl kills more Americans under age 50 than any other cause of death, including heart disease, cancer, homicide, and suicide. We must ensure law enforcement has all the tools necessary to prosecute and seize all dangerous, addictive, and deadly forms of fentanyl substances. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Seek permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as we prepare to honor the brave men and women who sacrificed their lives for our freedom this coming Memorial Day, I rise to honor the life of Lynchburg, Virginia native, Private First Class Desmond T. Doss. Doss served in the United States Army as a medic, becoming the first conscientious objector to be awarded the Medal of Honor in 1945 after fearlessly saving 75 wounded men under fire at the Battle of Okinawa in World War II. The popular movie Hacksaw Ridge was based on Doss's story and accurately captures the valor and heroism he displayed during that deadly battle. Desmond Doss demonstrated true sacrifice and conviction, standing firm in his faith and for his love of country. This week, I plan to introduce legislation to rename the Lynchburg VA Clinic after Private First Class Desmond T. Doss to memorialize his outstanding legacy for generations to come. We are forever grateful as a nation for the sacrifices made by those who fight and have fought to keep our country free. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, our Hampton Roads and Navy communities have been devastated by multiple sailor suicides, in particular aboard the USS George Washington and at Marmac. As a former Navy helicopter pilot and nurse practitioner, it frustrates me that the number of sailors who died by suicide continues to rise. It's clear for anyone to see we have to do better to serve those serving our great country. That's why last week I introduced the Sailor Standards of Care Act. This important bipartisan legislation would increase mental health resources and require mental health screenings for sailors assigned to limited duty, address challenges service members and their families face accessing quality mental health care through TRICARE, implement a system to track quality of life programs and their success rate, and expedite the Navy's medical separation process that negatively impacts limited duty sailors. It's so imperative that we address the mental health and other quality of life challenges facing active duty service members and veterans. This is exactly why I came to Congress. We speak so much about providing our military men and women with the necessary equipment, technology, training, etc. to be ready to fight tonight, and rightfully so. But we must take care of our people too. It's time for Congress to focus on quality of life issues for our men and women in uniform and their families. Not only mental health care, but housing, child care, spouse employment support. There is so much work to do. By doing so, we will not only do right by the men and women who make up our world's finest fleet, but we will also keep our Navy the best in the world. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Pursuant to House Resolution 429, I call up the joint resolution H.J. Res. 45, providing congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to, quote, waivers and modifications of federal student loans, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Union Calendar Number 51, House Joint Resolution 45. Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to waivers and modifications of federal student loans.
Pursuant to House Resolution 429, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.J. Res. 45, which would block the Biden administration's debt transfer scheme and prevent any further extension of the student loan repayment pause. For Democrats, there's a specter looming over this debate, an incontrovertible truth that disproves all their supposed principles and contradicts all their virtue signaling. Student loan cancellation is regressive. Let me repeat that for the Progressive Caucus. Student loan cancellation is regressive. 2/3 of this debt transfer plan would go to the top half of earners. It takes from those in the lower half and gives to the upper half. It redistributes wealth, but from the bottom of our socioeconomic ladder to the top. For example, the repayment pause has provided $65,000 in de facto loan cancellation for the average lawyer. This is a professional class bailout. More specifically, it is a professional class graduate degree holder bailout. Of the loans that will be dispersed in 2024, 70% will be borrowed for graduate school. Nearly 40% of those people will go on to make over $100,000 annually in their careers. Those are the data absent partisan spin provided directly from the Department of Education. The spin comes from the left when they use words like forgiveness. There's no such thing as forgiveness. The Biden administration is simply transferring the debt from borrowers who willingly took out student loans to hardworking taxpayers who did not. The 87% of Americans who hold no federal student debt are paying for the 13% who do. On top of that, the bailout is inflationary, which is always and everywhere a regressive working class tax. According to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, inflation could rise by as much as 27 basis points if mass student debt cancellation is implemented. Enacting mass student loan cancellation could also lead to an additional 2 rate hikes by the Federal Reserve. Billionaires don't feel the effect of inflation. They don't notice when eggs cost $5.99 a dozen. They don't need to take out a mortgage to pay for their house. But working Americans do. Inflation already has a vice grip on blue-collar America. In fact, The Hill reported yesterday that, quote, a record share of Americans in a new survey from the Federal Reserve Board say they are worse off financially than they were a year earlier, end quote. That's troubling and alone should be enough evidence to pass H.J. Res. 45 and nullify the Biden administration's deficit-increasing inflationary plan. But in typical limousine liberal fashion, Democrats want future taxpayers and hardworking Americans to foot the bill. Americans shouldn't buy it. America also shouldn't buy accusations from the left that H.J. Res. 45 will charge borrowers back pay or interest payments. It couldn't be further from the truth. Nowhere in this resolution does it mandate back pay. It's prospective, not retrospective. If anything, it will be Secretary Cardona's decision to enact back pay. We know who will pay for the loans if the administration's plan is allowed to go forward. Those who will pay are those without degrees and those who paid off their debt. Those who can't afford to put gas in their car or food on the table. The rest is just political noise. I urge Congress to cut through that noise and stop this administration from enacting the biggest transfer of wealth from blue-collar workers to white-collar professionals in our nation's history. I urge my colleagues to support H.J. Res. 45, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as they may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.J. Res. 45. 43 million Americans are eligible for President Biden's student loan relief. That's an average of almost 100,000 people in each of our districts. Nearly 26 million borrowers in congressional districts all over the country have already applied for relief, including 16 million who have already been approved prior to litigation stopping the process. H.J. Res. 45 seeks to deny these borrowers the relief they were promised. And to be clear, the people who impacted this are not the wealthy and well-connected. 90% of the relief would go to borrowers earning less than $75,000 a year, and you're not even eligible if you're making over $125,000 a year. That's in stark contrast, of course, to the Trump tax scam, where 80% of the benefits went to the top 1% in corporations. Moreover, my Republican colleagues refuse to acknowledge the serious questions that have been raised about how the resolution would actually be implemented, because under the Congressional Review Act resolution, you don't get to pick and choose which parts of a rule you're overturning. You have to overturn the whole rule, including the pause in student loan payments and the deferral of interest. Now, how do you unpause a payment that you were supposed to make many months ago? And and what's going to happen to all those interest payments that now have to be added back to the loans? That's about $233 per month in interest and principal. And what happens to the credits that participants in public service loan forgiveness were promised during those months? Are these firefighters and teachers and police officers and other public service who may have had their loans forgiven now on the hook for 4 additional payments? The reality is that H.J. Res. 45 would trigger a wave of delinquencies and defaults for our most vulnerable borrowers. Intentionally or not, this resolution would create chaos for borrowers and their families, as well as the loan servicers. And the Congressional Research Service has confirmed that this chaos would be triggered by the retroactive application of this rule. Mr. Speaker, anyone in this country who wants to take advantage of the benefits of a college education should be able to do so, not just the wealthy few. And that's the way it used to be just several decades ago. Pell Grants covered 80% of the cost of attending a state college. Now it's less than 30%. Adjusted for inflation, states are paying less for colleges, for state colleges, than they used to. This proposal does nothing to help students pay for the college education, and so I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose the resolution and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia is reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia who introduced this resolution and is the chair of the Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions Subcommittee, Mr. Good.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Fox. I am proud to be the sponsor of this resolution of disapproval under the Congressional Review Act to hold President Biden accountable for his reckless, unfair, unlawful, unconstitutional student loan transfer scheme. President Biden simply does not have the authority to, quote, forgive, unquote, loans and thereby spend unilaterally more than $300 billion. In fact, he even admitted that to CNN host Anderson Cooper in February of 2021, saying, "I don't think I have the authority to do it by signing with a pen." Democrats, in fact, he knew he didn't have the power to do it and advised him not to. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi said on July 28, 2021, quote, "People think that the President of the United States has the power for debt forgiveness. He does not. He can postpone. He can delay, but he does not have that power. That has to be an act of Congress," end quote. My friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle piled on. Representative Jared Golden of Maine said, "This decision by the president is out of touch with what the majority of the American people want from the White House, which is leadership to address the most immediate challenges the country is facing." And Representative Chris Pappas of New Hampshire said, "This announcement by President Biden is no way to make policy and sidesteps Congress and our oversight and fiscal responsibilities. Any plan to address student loans should go through the legislative process, and it should be more targeted and paid for so it doesn't add to the deficit." Representative Sharice Davids of Kansas said, "It's not how I would have addressed this issue." Yet the president decided, yet again, to act unconstitutionally. Like the timing of the depletion of our strategic petroleum reserves, this so-called student loan transfer scheme that is interesting timing just before the election. Now, despite his better judgment, a barrage of legal challenges, and this current effort by this Congress to nullify his actions, President Biden has preemptively announced that he will veto my resolution. I would invite the president to reconsider his position. Federal involvement in higher education, as a matter of fact, has done nothing to bring down the cost of college. In fact, for every $1 increase in student loan subsidies, colleges have increased their tuition by 60 cents. And all across the country, more than 92% of all student loan debt comes from federal loans, totaling over $1.6 trillion. This debt is held by just 13% of the population, in fact, the most elite 13%. It's estimated that 2/3 of the student loan transfer scheme would go to the top half of earners, not to mention that 70% of the debt is owed by students who went to graduate school. 60% of the constituents in my district don't even have a college degree, yet the Biden administration wants them to have to pay for the education of others who will have a significantly higher lifetime earning potential. Student loan cancellation doesn't make the debt actually go away. It simply shifts the cost from the student loan borrower and transfers it to hardworking American taxpayers. It's also worth mentioning that the key role this policy plays in the fiscal health of our nation as we address our debt ceiling. The principle of this resolution, nullifying President Biden's student loan transfer scheme, was one of the key provisions of the Limit, Save, Grow Act, saving $315 billion by simply asking Americans to honor their commitment to pay back their own student loans will help us to get our country's spending under control. Student loan borrowers are responsible for the debt, they incurred. And Congress is responsible for the $32 trillion that we have spent. House Republicans take that seriously, which is why a month ago we passed a plan to responsibly raise the debt limit while providing historic savings for the American people. I invite Representative Pelosi and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stand by her word and vote with me today in favor of this resolution to nullify President Biden's student loan transfer scheme. Congress must reclaim its power and act today to stop the unilateral action of President Biden that is exacerbating the higher education financial crisis. Additionally, my resolution will do what should have been done a long time ago: end the student loan repayment pause that has already cost taxpayers $195 billion. In short, this bill is needed to help steer our government spending in a more responsible direction, and I urge all of my colleagues on both sides to support this common sense legislation and vote in favor of this resolution, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. With that, the gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would remind my colleague from Virginia that over 90,000 borrowers in his district will be denied relief if this resolution is enacted. And I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, the assistant leader, Democratic leader for the U.S. House of Representatives, gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because my colleagues across the aisle are once again seeking to put politics over people and inflict undue economic harm, this time by denying much-needed student loan debt relief. President Biden's targeted student loan debt relief plan is designed to help low and middle-income borrowers, with 90% of the relief going to those earning less than $75,000 per year. In my home state of South Carolina, over 680,000 borrowers are eligible, of which over 67% are Pell Grant recipients. Over 48,000 borrowers in my district alone have been fully approved for relief. If enacted, House Joint Resolution 45 will rescind life-changing relief for hard-working borrowers, renege on payment clause by forcing them to pay several months of installments with interest, and claw back earned credit from public service toward the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. For many, this will mean thousands of dollars in payments with little to no notice. Cruelty seems to be the point. Mr. Speaker, President Biden's student loan debt relief plan will help alleviate the yoke of student loan debt for millions of Americans. Challenges to the program, both in court and posed by those in Congress, are meritless. Higher education shouldn't be a luxury for a privileged few. Borrowers deserve our help, and I urge my colleagues to vote down this resolution. Now I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, who's a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Wahlberg.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my chairman and thank you, Speaker. I rise today in support of H.J. Res. 45, introduced by my colleague, Mr. Good. This resolution will block President Biden's illegal debt transfer scheme, forcing those who either did not attend college, saved and sacrificed to pay their way through school, or those who paid off their loans to pay for someone else's debt is simply unfair. Estimates show 570,000 of my constituents, nearly 3/4 of my district, will not benefit from this giveaway. Yet as taxpayers, they'll still be on the hook for over $3,500. It will further fuel inflation, but does nothing to address the rising cost of college. Simply put, The President's illegal debt transfer is a slap in the face to those who paid their bills or did not go to college. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this resolution, and I yield back.
Members are again reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. With that, the gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd remind my colleague from Michigan that over 90,000 borrowers in this district will be denied relief if this resolution is enacted. And I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this misinformed attempt by our Republican colleagues to deny some needed financial relief to about 43 million Americans. Education is the best investment we can make to give everyone the opportunity to be successful in school and in life. But this Congress, we've repeatedly seen how willing our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are to put politics over people and special interests over students, and this CRA is no different. Facts matter, so let's set the record straight. President Biden's loan forgiveness plan helps a lot of borrowers with debt but no degree. Many are borrowers who were defrauded by their schools or who had to take on other responsibilities and couldn't complete their education. And the president's plan directs 90%, let me repeat, 90% of relief to borrowers earning less than $75,000 per year. This may be news to my colleagues who continue to misrepresent that student debt relief will be a bailout for the rich. It's not. Another fact, because of interest capitalization and negative amortization, many student loan borrowers who are current on their payments still have loan balances that are the same as or even greater when they first took out their loan. That's unfair. But beyond the numbers, we must humanize who will be hurt the most if we allow this CRA to pass. Our nation's teachers in red and blue districts who work with students every day. Healthcare workers and first responders in red and blue districts who keep our communities safe and healthy. Caregivers in red and blue districts who support the work of raising and sustaining families. Our nation's small business owners in red and blue districts who make communities vibrant and unique. I urge my colleagues to show some humanity, compassion, and empathy. Let's pass good faith policies that make college more affordable and recognize the intrinsic value of opportunity and possibility in every American. I urge all of my colleagues to vote no on this regressive resolution that will harm people in Oregon and across the country, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues' comments, but we're showing compassion to the 87% of the people in this country who play by the rules, paid their bills, or didn't go to college. And the 13% who did take out debt who haven't paid it back should show similar compassion to their fellow human beings and not ask them to pay their bills. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia who's a member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for yielding the time. I rise today in strong support of H.J. Res. 45, which would overturn President Biden's egregious student loan transfer scheme. Our nation is $31 trillion in debt. We're staring down a debt ceiling deadline due to the president's inaction. And yes, this administration is dead set on enacting costly programs like a massive student loan bailout that will increase the financial burden on those who did not take out a loan themselves. Hardworking taxpayers will be stuck with a tab of over $300 billion and $1.44 billion in the 12th district alone, my district. Broken down further, the residents of Georgia's 12th district would each have to pay the federal government an additional $3,525. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, student loan cancellation doesn't make the debt go away. It shifts the cost from the student loan borrowers who made a financial commitment and transfers it to the U.S. taxpayers. Forcing hardworking taxpayers to foot the bill for student loans they didn't borrow is simply unconstitutional, period. Democrats would also have you believe that canceling student loan debt would reduce the cost of college tuition. We can all agree that addressing ballooning college costs is paramount. But studies show increasing subsidies to colleges and universities causes the cost of college to increase. This overreaching plan is going to make the financial burden of pursuing a college degree even more severe. Overall, the student loan transfer scheme is unfair to hardworking Americans and unfair to future students. I urge a yes vote on this resolution to overturn the Biden administration's radical student loan bailout. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind my colleague from Georgia that over 110,000 borrowers from his district will be denied relief if this resolution is enacted. And I yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Scott, for yielding time. I rise in strong opposition to this resolution to nullify the Biden administration's federal student loan forgiveness rule. At a time when students need relief the most, Republicans are working to upend student loan forgiveness that started under Trump and now continues under President Biden for more than 40 million borrowers. There was a broad recognition during the pandemic that relief was desperately needed for businesses, families, and students. That is why Congress and Republicans under Trump voted to pass both the CARES Act and the HEROES Act, which provided not only student loan relief, but also loans to protect businesses from shuttering and direct support to families. These were forgivable loans that we gave to businesses. We helped workers and small businesses alike during the height of the pandemic. Again, both President Trump and President Biden paused student loan payments, and under this CRA we are debating today, we would see a rollback on the loan payment pause through September 2022. This is unimaginable. Do not be fooled by the faux populism of Republicans. They raised the debt ceiling 3 times to pay for their tax cuts for the wealthiest 1% in America. By contrast, President Biden's targeted student loan relief plan helps Americans earning less than $75,000 a year. When Democrats were in the majority and on the hook for providing assistance, we rose to the occasion to help small businesses and employees alike. We did not renege on our support for businesses through the PPP loans. And I see no reason why Republicans now insist on reneging on their support for students. Why, for the love of God, do Republicans want to continue to punch down on America's students and divide our country? The Biden administration student debt relief plan is not a bailout, it is a lifeline. And I implore my Republican colleagues in Congress to speak with borrowers in their own districts about this very issue. College debt has been weighing on borrowers across all demographics across the country, including in their own districts. This should not be a partisan issue, and I oppose the resolution.
The gentleman from Virginia has reserved, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, who is chair of the Early Childhood, Elementary, and Secondary Education Subcommittee, Mr. Bean.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You get 3527. You get 3527. You get 3527. Mr. Speaker, whether you like it or not, you've just acquired $3,527 in new student loan debt. That's right. Thanks to this crazy student loan bailout, every man, woman, and child in America will owe $3,527 to foot the bill for someone else's debt. But, Mr. Speaker, aren't we already in a debt crisis? Yes, we are. We already have a whopping $32 trillion in debt. We're struggling right now to come to an agreement on how we're going to pay our bills. But this administration's student loan bailout will just throw gasoline on the inflation fire, making it even harder for our families to put food on the table. It's the last thing our economy needs. But, Mr. Speaker, is this fair? Of course it's not fair. This bailout sounds like a Houdini-type escape from the responsibility of student loan debt, but instead, 87% of Americans without student loan debt will end up paying for the 13% of Americans who do. How do you tell someone who's worked their way through college or joined the military, like my son, to get through school, that they will now be saddled with paying off a Harvard graduate's underwater fire safety degree? This wacky student bailout is unfair to taxpayers and unfair to future generations of students. Mr. Speaker, the whole plan is nuts. There's only one correct answer, and that's to vote yes on this Congressional Review Act. Mr. Speaker, let's bring sense and sensibility to America's education system while protecting the interest of taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would remind my colleague from Florida that almost 120,000 borrowers from his district will be denied relief if this resolution is enacted. And I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, the ranking member of the Workforce Protection Subcommittee, Ms. Adams.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Virginia, our ranking member, for yielding. Today, I rise in opposition to House Resolution 45, which will disapprove of waivers and modifications on borrowers of federal student loans. As a former educator of 40 years, I'm ashamed and I'm astonished to see that my colleagues will introduce such divisive, misleading, and harmful resolutions. This partisan, all-Republican-led bill would end the one-time debt relief and the December payment pause. The Department of Education would also be prevented from issuing a similar ruling to the Biden administration one-time debt relief and extension of payment pauses in the future. And so let me be clear. This barely one-page bill does absolutely nothing to advance, to enrich, or to uplift borrowers. Under the Biden administration's plan, 43 million borrowers would be eligible for student loan relief, and 20 million would be eligible for full forgiveness of their loan, ensuring that individuals affected by emergencies, including COVID, are not placed in a worse financial position. Within my own district, there are more than 120,000 estimated eligible borrowers under the Biden Student Loan Relief Plan. 79,000 of those borrowers were deemed automatically eligible for relief, and that's about 65% of the eligible borrowers, and 50,000 of those, more than 50,000, were fully approved applicants that were sent over to loan services for discharge, and that's about 42% of the eligible borrowers in my district. Tens of thousands of constituents from my district and across the country will have the ability to live their lives without the looming effects of student loan debt. And just imagine the millions of borrowers that would be impacted across this country as well. But unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle fail to realize the impact that this would make for so many Americans. This legislation moves to rid student aid borrowers in this country of any opportunity to better their financial situations, a step towards borrowers buying that house, taking that loan-awaited trip, starting the family they wanted to start, starting the business. Education is an American right and a privilege, and no one should deny that right from anyone. I look forward to having a meaningful conversation, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, my colleagues want us to feel so sorry for these people who took out these loans and are not going to pay them back. My colleague in the 12th District in North Carolina said 121,000 people in her district. Well, Mr. Speaker, you know who I am feeling sorry for? The 622,600 people who are being asked to pay off the bill that those 121,000 people took out willingly and have benefited from. This is a backward way of looking at things. And again, compassion should be shown to the 622,600 people who didn't take out the loan but are now being asked to pay it back. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, who's Vice Chair of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mrs. Miller.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly oppose President Biden's proposal to force blue-collar workers in my district to pay off the student loans of borrowers who attended universities who are sitting on billion-dollar endowments. In my district, there are 599,500 constituents who are not being asked to, but will be forced to pay the student loan debt that people agreed to take out. This plan is unfair to responsible Americans who have diligently worked hard and saved money to fund their education. Furthermore, it's important to acknowledge the dedication of our military members who earned tuition benefits through their service. The rising costs of higher education deserve careful examination. Particularly concerning is the growing number of administrative positions focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. We must investigate the significant increase in administrative expenses that do not directly contribute to providing students with a quality education leading to meaningful employment. Universities that charge exorbitant amounts for humanities degrees in cultural Marxism should bear the responsibility when their graduates struggle to repay their loans due to a lack of viable employment opportunities. I urge my colleagues to prioritize the interests of taxpayers by opposing this proposal put forth by President Biden. And I see you laughing over there. I don't think the people that are going to be left holding the bag, paying someone else's student loan debt, are laughing. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd remind my colleague from Illinois that over 75,000 borrowers from our district will be denied debt relief if this resolution is enacted. And before I yield, could I find out how much time is left on both sides?
The gentleman from Virginia has 17.25 minutes remaining.
And on the other side?
The gentlewoman from North Carolina has 11 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to House Republicans' efforts to eliminate critical student loan relief. Now, as an educator, it's shameful to me that my colleagues could look at this crisis of student debt in our country and decide to intentionally make it worse for 40 million Americans. 40 million Americans. Now, these are the same people that voted for tax breaks for billionaires and large corporations. And now they're telling everyday people that we can't afford to help them, and it's appalling. Now, when I was in the classroom, I saw my students take out loans for basic needs, like rent and putting food on the table. We tell kids to go get an education, to go to college, to work towards the American dream, but that also means taking out oftentimes thousands of dollars of loans. Student loan debt also disproportionately impacts people of color, low-income students, and millions of young people that may not have had access to financial training. Millionaires are not burdened with student debt. Working-class people are. So let's be clear, Republicans in the House are putting billionaires and large corporations over students. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again in support of H.J. Res. 45 and urge my colleagues to pass this bill. The Democrats in the White House have accused Republicans of working against the interests of our constituents. However, this just shows how out of touch Democrats are with the realities of the people in my district. While the White House likes to point to the fact that 75,000 of my constituents are eligible for the administration's bailout, they conveniently ignore that 675,000 of them, or over 90%, receive no benefit from this illegal scam. Moreover, 212,000 of my constituents have never even stepped foot on a college campus. According to the National Taxpayers Union estimate, The administration's blanket loan cancellation and income-driven repayment plan will cost over $3,500 per constituent. This will cost the hardworking constituents in my district $1.2 billion alone. Mr. Speaker, there's no such thing as debt forgiveness. The administration's student debt scheme simply transfers the cost from well-off college graduates to the backs of my constituents. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.J. Res. 45 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose this legislation that will harm 43 million student loan borrowers who need debt relief so that the Republicans can spend trillions of dollars in just a few weeks on tax cuts for the wealthiest 1%. Borrowers in my congressional district alone will lose and be affected to the tune of 100,000, over 1.5 million in Illinois. The maliciousness of this legislation is appalling. The bill will ban relief for 43 million borrowers and also draw back relief that millions of borrowers already received. This heartless bill will force public servants like firefighters, teachers, social service providers, legal aid workers, and nonprofit workers to make additional payments. The callousness of this bill is heightened because the Republicans are bragging that they will spend trillions of dollars in just a few weeks to give trillions in tax breaks to the wealthy 1% while inflicting economic harm on Americans struggling with student loan debt. I reject this bill and yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to let Representative Davis know that in Illinois 11, 655,200 people don't have student debt, and they'll be the ones bearing the cost of the transfer from 90,800 people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you for yielding time. Mr. Speaker, America is a country built on the idea of freedom. Freedom to most means the ability to live and make decisions without unreasonable constraints. Freedom does not mean freedom from individual responsibility. Unfortunately, President Biden and those who support his wealthy student loan giveaway scheme have gotten it backwards. They believe that hardworking, blue-collar Tennesseans should foot the bills for the wealthy. Simply put, this is plain wrong. Because in America, we are free to make decisions on our own, and no one should be responsible for someone else's personal decisions. By forcing this draconian student loan buyout down the throats of taxpayers, President Biden is hindering our freedom. That's why I urge my colleagues to join me in standing on the side of freedom by voting yes on House Joint Resolution 45. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd remind my colleague from Tennessee that 89,000 borrowers from his district will be denied relief if this resolution is enacted. And I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, member of the Education and Workforce Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this cruel resolution that will force low and middle income student loan borrowers to face severe financial hardship. In a reckless reversal of the payment pause, this measure sends an average of $1,000 in surprise student loan bills to over 40 million Americans. This absurd approach to block President Biden's student debt relief plan hurts those who are most at risk. Older Americans owe a fifth of all student debt. Their debt has increased fivefold in the last 20 years. Black Americans owe an average of $44,800 in student debt. Over 6 million Americans living in rural areas owe an average of $35,000. And reversals to the public service loan forgiveness would put 260,000 public servants and 46,000 service members back under the thumb of these crushing payments. Those who receive that public service loan forgiveness have played by the rules for years and sacrificed too much to have partisan efforts steal relief that they were already given and counting on. Our job is to protect working people, and that should mean ensuring that no one goes into unpayable debt just to get a degree to pursue their dreams. This Republican plan would increase the likelihood of defaulting for teachers, for law enforcement, for public servants across the board, and it would be a drop in the bucket toward actually addressing the deficit. Yet, Republicans took $1.9 trillion from taxpayers and handed it to corporations in tax cuts, and dozens of them have absolutely no qualms in pocketing over $22 million in PPP forgiveness, just in this body across the aisle. Congress should be prioritizing aid to seniors and borrowers from working families, not the wealthy. Vote no on this extreme, unworkable, and cruel resolution. And Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter signed by over 260 organizations, including labor, civil rights, and consumer protection groups, calling on Congress to reject this harmful resolution.
Without objection.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing their best to gaslight the 87% of their constituents who are going to be saddled with the debt from the 13%. In Washington 7, there are 686,200 people who don't have any college debt who are going to be asked to pay the debt off for 84,300 people. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished, Mr. Speaker, 4 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Texas who's a member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Moran.
The gentleman is reminded.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to Congressman Good of Virginia for introducing House Joint Resolution 45 and for Chairwoman Fox for her leadership in getting this important resolution to the floor. Just a few statistics from my particular district in Northeast Texas. Almost 70% of my district does not hold a college degree. And under this program, effectively what the President is asking is for those 70% to subsidize the college educations of the rest of those individuals in my district. The cost for my district is $1.55 billion. Estimated number of constituents ineligible for my student debt relief in my district is 640,000 individuals out of 767,000 individuals in East Texas. Nearly 30 years ago, when I began my post-education studies, I had to support myself through college. My parents wanted to do that, but they couldn't do it because of their financial status at the time, so paying for college was a matter of personal responsibility for me. Better stated, it was a matter of personal investment for my future. It's an investment that I chose to make. It's an investment that I knew I needed to make to fulfill God's call on my life. To pay for my education, I took on a variety of jobs, including being a server at a restaurant, running a venue route, serving as a painter's helper, even roofing a roof in the middle of the hot Texas sun. Several other jobs to do that. There was still a gap between what college was going to cost me and what I could earn on my own during those summer and weekend jobs that I had. Despite my hard work, that shortfall was still there, so I picked up college loans. But when I did so, I evaluated what I was going to have to repay in the future. I looked at the degree programs I was studying. I looked at the future repayment plans that were going to have to be before me, and I knew that it was a matter of my personal responsibility to pay back that loan that was going to benefit me and benefit my family. It was not a matter of me taking out those loans, believing that others would in fact be on the hook to pay for them. As a father of 4 school-age children, we're now going through that same process with my older 2 children to determine what are we going to do about their future. But it's a decision we know we need to make and an obligation we know we need to keep on the backside of taking out any loans. Unfortunately, that's a conversation a lot of families don't have in this world before they send their kids off to school, and we need to make sure that there's more information out there before they incur the debt that ultimately they're going to have to repay. But to saddle that repayment on the backs of others that have not benefited from it is simply wrong-headed. And frankly, it's unconstitutional for the executive branch to take that action without going through the legislative branch, but that is precisely what the president is attempting to do. So I stand in opposition to the student loan debt forgiveness program and in support of Mr. Good's joint resolution. I look forward to this being on the floor. I look forward to Americans in this country understanding that when they take an obligation for a loan repayment, that they are going to repay it, not others. Because once we assume the obligations of every other person in this country, the free market capitalist society that drives our economy is gone, and we do not need to see that. With that, I yield, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To remind my colleague from Texas that over 88,000 borrowers in his district will be denied relief if this resolution is enacted, and I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much. I hope the American people are watching this shameful act to halt assistance on student debt for millions of Americans. Mr. Speaker, 90% of people who will benefit from President Biden's student relief make less than $75,000. I think my good colleague from Texas, as he says, you know, these folks make all these difficult decisions. How about this? Why don't those folks that took out PP loans over there, that got it completely forgiven, give that money back? Because you're asking teachers, firefighters, all who are drowning in education debt, who benefited from a public service loan forgiveness program, you're asking them to pay it back while they're serving our country in all different forms, reverse it all, add the interest back as well. Let them struggle and suffer while, again, they are educating our children and protecting our communities. This is all happening, Mr. Speaker, while the far-right Republicans have filed a sham lawsuit to take it before an unhinged, corrupt Supreme Court that has secretly accepted lavish trips and payments from billionaire Republican mega donors while considering striking down your student debt relief. Now Republican colleagues, including many, again, took out over $20 million in PPP loans. During the pandemic, when everybody was suffering, they were completely forgiven. They want to hurt fellow Americans who aren't wealthy like they are. They want to repeal the President's student relief program that has changed the lives of 43 million Americans for the better. Under President Biden's debt relief program alone in Michigan, in the state, over 1.3 million residents were helped with the burden of crushing student debt. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. Maybe they're doing this because student relief is tied to racial justice. We know that more than 20 million borrowers will be completely debt-free, and 1 in 4 of them are black borrowers. Our communities have been denied the ability to build generational wealth for far too long, targeted by policy, violence, systematic racism, and an economic system that is fueled by corporate greed. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow the same Republicans who had millions of dollars in PPP loans forgiven repeal student debt relief for the hypocrisy is disgusting. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I inquire as to how much time is left?
The gentlewoman from North Carolina has 4¼ minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will reserve.
The gentleman from 3/4 minutes.
And can I inquire how much time is left?
Quarters. 10 3/4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this resolution. And I want to say something. My Republican colleagues are pushing a narrative that student debt relief is unfair. And to my colleagues, I agree with you. I agree that what's going on is unfair. Folks who paid off their debt, the fact that they had to have it in the first place is unfair. The fact that students still have to take out crushing student debt just to get a college education, that is unfair. And if we legislated using the logic that you bring to this issue here today, women and black folks wouldn't have the right to vote because it would be unfair to those who never got to vote before them. See, if we legislated using your logic, that because there was an injustice, we can't fix it because it's unfair to those who never had it fixed, means we would never progress on any issue in this country. Why do you bring that bigoted logic to this issue as it relates to students, but not any other issue?
Demand his words be taken down.
The gentleman will suspend.
You said your bigoted logic.
Take a seat. The clerk will report the words. Without objection? The offending words are withdrawn. The gentleman will proceed in order.
If we used this logic on every single issue, we would never have progress on anything. And the truth of the matter is that young people and people don't have student debt because we live beyond our means. We have student debt because we've been denied the means to live. And it's important to understand that Congress needs to help fix this damaged economy, which gets more unequal and unequitable every single day. This bill today is not delivering that help. It's making things worse. And to people watching at home, to young people, to people with student debt, just know that the Republican Party here, my colleagues in this chamber, are fighting to take away the relief that you need and that you deserve. This is about fairness, and true fairness is ensuring that everyone has equitable opportunity. 20 million constituents robbed of relief by their own representatives is what this bill is about. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 2.5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that in the 10th District of Florida, 654,500 people will be paying the debt for 122,500 people. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 decades, tuition and fees have increased nearly 3 times the rate of inflation. Democrats continually talk about how college is unaffordable, yet fail to realize their failed policies exacerbate the problem of outrageous college costs. More federal aid and generous generous loan subsidies allow schools to increase their prices to capture those additional funds. Economists at the New York Federal Reserve found that for every $1 increase in student loan subsidies, colleges increased their tuition 60 cents. Another study found colleges reduced their own grant aid by as much as 83 cents for every dollar students receive in taxpayer student aid. The Biden administration's telling borrowers someone else will pay their loan and telling institutions someone else will cover the cost of tuition. It's no wonder the Congressional Budget Office found that the Biden administration's new income-driven repayment plan alone will increase student borrowing by 12%. Let's work towards actually lowering college costs, not dumping hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars on well-off college graduates to make the problem worse. Again, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.J. Res. 45 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamala Dove.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn Republicans' attack on education. They want to ban teachers, books, the opportunity to learn history, and now they want to ban relief for students. This bill would block President Biden's debt forgiveness plan, forcing everyone who took advantage of the pause in payments to pay interest on every payment missed. In addition, this plan would hit our valuable public servants the hardest, those who took advantage of the public loan forgiveness program, like nurses, firefighters, law enforcement, and child care providers. And if you want some real truth, let's not get it twisted. PPP was not a grant, and yet some of my Republican colleagues literally received millions in PPP loans, and I don't see anyone rushing to pay those back. Talk about unfair. The American people are paying those bills that they didn't incur. Nope. Republicans don't want to forgive anyone or anything except themselves, and the American people deserve forgiveness. This legislation will harm low and middle income families, including 20.6 million of Republicans' own constituents. But they won't say that. So American people, if you don't know, now you know. Let's enact legislation that encourages affordable education and economic mobility so that the American people can learn and earn. Republicans, please get out of your and my constituents' way. I ask a no vote on this, and thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
Thank you. I rise today on behalf of borrowers,
burdened borrowers throughout the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District, and borrowers everywhere. I rise today on behalf of third-grade teacher who spent a decade in the classroom month by month making their student loan payments. On behalf of the mother juggling 3 part-time jobs, trying her best to stretch her paycheck to cover rent and to pay down her student debt. For the 1 in 4 black borrowers who will have their student loans fully canceled under President Biden's historic plan. You see, Mr. Speaker, student debt cancellation can and will change and save lives. And this isn't hyperbole, it is reality. A diverse coalition of voters came together to press for cancellation, critical payment pauses, and updates to the Essential Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. Under this cruel measure, 260,000 public service workers could see their debt reinstated. Nurses, educators, firefighters, military service members. Let me make it plain. The president has the legal authority to cancel student debt. And let me just say this. I took out loans. I paid off those loans. It took me 20 plus years while being a caregiver to my mother, while working 3 jobs sometimes. I took out those loans and I paid them off, but I want an easier road for the next person. The cost of higher education has increased by 150%. So I do not call this student debt forgiveness because borrowers have done nothing wrong. They don't need to be forgiven anything, but they are deserving of, and they do need relief. And to anyone who seeks to mislead the public and to use the courts or harmful measures to gut essential relief, take a seat.
Gentleman for
The
Virginia
people
yields.
deserve and demand this relief, and I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve. I'm prepared to close whenever the gentleman from Virginia is prepared.
Thank you, Mr.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and will close, yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there are many challenges we have in higher education that demand our attention. The rising costs of higher education, the student debt crisis, the eroded value of the Pell Grant, mental health issues, the list goes on. But instead of addressing these challenges, we are trying to force through a resolution that hurts tens of millions of student borrowers and their families, an average of almost 100,000 in each of our districts. Many of my colleagues on the other side have justified this resolution by arguing that we can't afford it. But it's just a matter of priorities. Congressional Republicans are willing to charge taxpayers more than twice as much for a tax package where 80% of the benefits were scheduled to go to the top 1% in corporations, but now they are unwilling to invest half that amount to help student borrowers pay for their education. We should be passing proposals that meaningfully support borrowers and make college more affordable for current and future borrowers. But the bottom line is that it is our responsibility to strengthen the support for those seeking a college degree, because those who want a college degree should be able to access that opportunity. That opportunity should not be reserved for just the wealthy few. So I urge my colleagues to oppose H.J. Res. 45, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from North Carolina, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know that access to college is available to every single person in this country. It is not a matter of access. It's a matter of who's paying back their loans. Coupled with the permanent repayment pause, expansive new regulations, and a radical new income-driven repayment plan, the Biden administration's student loan scam could end up costing taxpayers $1 trillion. That's more than the federal government has ever spent on post-secondary education. The Biden administration's policies do nothing to solve the root issues of student debt. And if this bailout moves forward, outstanding debt, student debt, will return to current levels in just over 5 years. We'll be right back here again. The federal student loan system is broken and real reform is needed. Simply put, the administration's action will mean that future students will come to expect their loans will be canceled, and colleges will continue to increase already skyrocketing tuition because they know Democrats will leave taxpayers to foot the bill. We need to hold colleges accountable for charging outrageous prices for degrees with no value. We need a student loan program that has the best interests of students and taxpayers in mind. As the institution that holds the power of the purse, Congress has the responsibility to protect the interest of taxpayers. A vote in support of today's resolution will do just that. Again, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.J. Res. 45, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 429, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to waivers and modifications of federal student loans.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Yes, ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The House will be in order. Pursuant to the order of the House of May 16, 2023, the unfinished business is the further consideration of the veto message of the President on House Joint Resolution 39. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 39, joint resolution disapproving the rule submitted by the Department of Commerce relating to procedures covering suspension of liquidation, duties and estimated duties in accord with Presidential Proclamation 10414.
The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for purposes of the debate, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, the ranking member on trade, and the Committee of Ways and Means, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials onto the veto message of H.J. Res. 39.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of overriding President Biden's veto of H.J. Res. 39, a Congressional Review Act resolution disapproving of the rule submitted by the Department of Commerce relating to procedures covering suspension of liquidation, duties, and estimated duties in accord with Presidential Proclamation 10414. 2 weeks ago, the Ways and Means Committee held a hearing at the Port of Staten Island in New York to listen to working Americans who are on the front lines of the impact of our trade policies. Witnesses highlighted for the committee the troubling reality that the Chinese Communist Party continues to engage in a wide range of unfair trade practices that rip off American workers, farmers, and businesses. Today's resolution highlights one of the most prolific of these unfair practices: massive subsidies for the CCP's favored industries. Today's resolution is focused on the solar industry, but make no mistake, the CCP's industrial policy impacts all sectors of the American economy. The United States has had tariffs in place since 2012, during the Obama administration, to provide a level playing field for American manufacturers who face unfair competition from unfairly priced and subsidized solar products coming out of China. Now, President Biden's own Commerce Department has found that Chinese companies are shipping products through 4 Southeast Asian countries, Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, to avoid paying these same tariffs. China has set up a solar panel export scheme that cheats American workers and consumers. Instead of standing up for American manufacturers and workers, the White House rewarded China for exploiting them by issuing a proclamation that allows the CCP to continue to avoid paying the tariffs they owe for an additional 2 years. The sad truth is, the solar panel industry in China is historically one of the most prolific users of forced labor. This body stood together not too long ago to pass the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. We should do the same thing now when it comes to actually standing firm against products and industries which have a proven track record of using such terrible practices. Republicans and Democrats in this chamber and in the Senate came together to block implementation of the White House proclamation on solar panels just a few weeks ago. In doing so, we also sent a message to President Xi. We will not allow China to abuse our trade policies and hurt American workers. Unfortunately, President Biden doubled down on his misguided decision and vetoed our efforts. America must stand up to China and stand up for our workers. Small businesses and U.S. manufacturers already have to deal with inflation, rising interest rates, and worker shortage. The least Washington can do is level the playing field for American workers competing against Chinese state-subsidized companies. China's unfair trade practices have left behind a trail of shuttered factories, lost jobs, and stolen intellectual property all across America. When we voted to roll back the White House's misguided decision on solar panel tariffs, Congress spoke with a bipartisan voice in both chambers. I hope today we can do the same. I urge my colleagues to once again support this effort to turn out the lights on China's economic exploitation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this resolution. President Biden struck the right balance by instituting a temporary freeze on solar tariffs. The Inflation Reduction Act has already led to announcement of more than 45 gigawatts of domestic solar manufacturing capacity, and work has already begun. In 2021, there were only 7 gigawatts of domestic manufacturing capacity, but it takes time to build out manufacturing capacities. It doesn't happen overnight. This 2-year bridge gives the solar industry the time needed to reorient supply chains away from China to produce panels domestically. That is why the President's position is supported by leaders who do the work, organized labor from IBEW, LIUNA, the carpenters, and the operating engineer, as well as a variety of other organizations in the environmental community and the national taxpayer industry. The solar industry itself strongly supports the administration's position. Kenneth Cooper, president of IBEW, characterized the president's action as a, quote, carefully crafted compromise that would provide market certainty to allow American companies to continue deploying solar panels. HRES 39 is a backward-looking resolution, he said, looking to reopen a settled matter rather than create a solution. But it's not just organized labor. Members of the environmental community say that this resolution could destabilize the solar supply chains, harm ongoing deployment, threaten high-quality solar construction jobs, and impede our nation's decarbonization goals. The National Taxpayers Union opposes this proposal, saying that Congress should not, quote, increase energy costs via the Congressional Review Act. Many of us in Congress have worked for years to achieve the policy victories contained in the Inflation Reduction Act. We share the goal of pushing back against China, have supported legislation to do precisely that. But now is not the time to undermine our efforts in producing a robust supply chain in solar. I would encourage my colleagues to consider the overwhelming evidence and reject this legislation when it is called for a vote today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman, does the gentleman reserve?
The reserves, excuse me.
Gentleman
yes.
reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
The gentlewoman from West Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of the veto override on HJRES 39. In the past 5 months, the Republican-led House of Representatives has taken more action to hold China accountable for its unfair trade practices than the past 4 years that I've been in Congress, all while the Biden administration is actively working to promote Chinese interests. The Biden administration is allowing the Communist Chinese Party to outmaneuver us at every step, even rewarding them by vetoing bipartisan legislation that puts America first. Letting Chinese solar companies cheat directly handicaps U.S. solar manufacturers and puts America at a disadvantage. Washington Democrats and the Biden administration have been in lockstep with China since they entered the White House. It baffles me that the administration is so quick to put America last to help China succeed. We need a strategic decoupling from China. Everyone in the United States should be focused on countering Chinese influence by bringing jobs back to America and implementing solid trade agreements with our allies. It's imperative that we override this veto. I yield back my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully disagree with the gentlelady from West Virginia. This would not help American industry. I would like to enter into the record statements from 9 American stakeholders in the industry who relied on Commerce's regulations to make significant business and economic decisions. They say nullifying Commerce rulemaking as provided for in HRES 39 would penalize companies acting in accordance with the law by imposing large, up to 254% unanticipated retroactive duty liability for these stakeholders, going back to April 1st, 2022. Going back on this federal commitment would create a chilling effect on American business, setting a terrible precedent that undermines our competitiveness in the marketplace. It is my great honor to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes. Correction, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Within this very week, the World Meteorological Association has indicated that for the first time in human history, we will hit a critical high temperature level by 2027. And it reported that in just 2 recent years, there were 22,000 deaths from extreme weather events. Recognizing that we already face a grave climate crisis, the American people need a true winning strategy to escape the addiction to fossil fuels. More and more Americans are turning to clean energy, daring to go green. A growing solar industry plays an instrumental role in helping them, in seeking lower global temperatures, in saving our planet. But disregarding the extreme heat, extreme Republicans only seem to get hot to get warmed up when they see the slightest opportunity to impede progress. So their answer today to those who are trying to help solve this problem, punish American companies that are out there actually doing something about this problem, punish them with a $1 billion retroactive tax that they will have to pay. I believe that there is an opportunity to continue to resolve the problems that we face with climate change. We responded to it last year with a climate incentives law, and that law also our Republican colleagues are seeking to repeal. The pause that is involved in these tariffs ends in a mere 12 months, and Republicans will not ultimately be successful today in blocking the president. But what happens with this, as with their challenge to our climate incentives law, is an indication of the many obstacles that we face that we must overcome if we're to address the climate crisis. I'm yielding my time now, but we must not yield in the determination to protect the only planet that we call home. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind my colleagues that the overall U.S. trade remedy system is retrospective. Final duties are always calculated after a product enters the United States upon completion of an investigation or review. We have hundreds of anti-dumping and countervailing duty orders in place to level the playing field for American producers. And in all these cases, the final duties have been calculated at the end of the investigation. What is unusual about this solar circumvention case was the action by the Biden administration to encourage importation of these products despite that China is trading them unfairly. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from New York.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to once again voice my support for this critical bipartisan legislation to undo the Biden administration's job-crushing solar policies. It's unfortunate that we find ourselves here debating this policy again after both the House and Senate acted in a bipartisan manner to reject President Biden's solar giveaway to China. But instead of siding with the American people and American workers, this administration is putting its Green New Deal agenda ahead of our economic prosperity. Even though H.J. Res. 39 would protect American workers, and despite its bipartisan passage in both chambers, the President vetoed this critical legislation. Now, Congress must unite to override this veto. If we succeed today, we will stop China, the Chinese Communist Party specifically, from continuing to circumvent U.S. trade laws and undermine U.S. manufacturers. If we fail to override this veto today, then Congress will hurt the ability of American manufacturers to compete fairly. I urge my Democratic colleagues, please do not allow this to happen. Join us in standing up for American jobs. If you support American workers, then join us in overriding this veto. We cannot stand by as this irresponsible proclamation allows Chinese solar companies to flood our market with their products tariff-free, hurting American jobs and industry. President Biden's proclamation also sends the message to trade cheats everywhere that the U.S. trade laws just don't matter. This invites even more cheating, which in turn hurts American workers. A recent report from the Coalition for Prosperous America reveals so much about the priorities hidden in the Green New Deal agenda. This report shows that Chinese manufacturers could earn nearly $125 billion in U.S. renewable energy tax credits because of the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, aka the Green New Deal, as my colleague from Texas just cited its true purpose. That's $125 billion from U.S. taxpayers that could now be going to Chinese companies, all because the partisan Inflation Reduction Act failed to include safeguards that prioritize American manufacturing. So I say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who haven't already joined us in this bipartisan effort, please join us. Join us in prioritizing American manufacturers. Join us in stopping this giveaway to the Chinese Communist Party. Hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the statement from Terry O'Sullivan, the General President of LIUNA, the International Laborers Union of North America.
Without objection.
His statement is on behalf of 500,000 members of the Laborers International Union in strong opposition to this proposal. This CRA resolution comes at a time when our nation is looking to bolster wind and solar industry, turning away from more harmful energy sources. His union has never seen this much solar construction work, and future construction already on the books within the renewable energy industry is all at risk if the CRA is passed. With that,
the gentleman's request is without objection.
Thank you so much. It's my honor to recognize the gentleman from California for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for your leadership in this policy area, Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this legislation. As I said when this legislation originally came to the floor, I share my colleagues' goal of ensuring that our trade laws are fairly enforced. And I certainly share our collective goal of promoting domestic manufacturing and jobs. But if this bill were to become law, if the President's veto were to be overridden, it would cost, not create, American jobs. And in the long run, it would make it harder, not easier, for our country to become energy independent. This bill would make it impossible to deploy solar energy quickly enough throughout the United States. It would undercut the climate change investments in the Inflation Reduction Act, the biggest investment in fighting climate change in the history of our country. We all want solar products manufactured right here at home. But in the short run, our domestic industry can't increase production rapidly enough to meet demand or to meet our climate goals. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman, Chairman Smith, for yielding. China is cheating America. They know it. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. China is avoiding the tariffs both Presidents Obama and Trump agreed upon by shipping solar panels through other countries in Southeast Asia and simply slapping a new label on them. It's an undeniable fact, investigated and verified by the U.S. Department of Commerce. And according to the U.S. Department of Labor, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party has detained more than 1 million Uyghurs and other minorities in China's far western Xinjiang region. An astounding 1 million people detained. To put that in perspective, that's nearly the equivalent of every man, woman, and child in most of our congressional districts. Many of these people have been forced into labor camps and factories to produce goods for the Chinese Communist Party loyalists to sell around the globe. China produces 18 goods using forced labor or slave labor. Any use of slave labor is morally wrong, we know that, and China is by far the world's biggest offender. Among the products produced by the Uyghurs and others through forced labor are electronics and polysilicon, which is used to make solar panels. Over 50% of the country's production of polysilicon takes place in Xinjiang. Some of those solar panels are the very same solar panels we're talking about here today. According to the U.S. Department of Labor, these are some of the conditions that Uyghurs and others in China's western region face as they make solar panels. They receive little pay. They're not allowed to leave. They have limited or no communication with their family members. And they must learn Mandarin and undergo an ideological indoctrination. That's truly barbaric, and we shouldn't sell out our production to help them. The regulation in question violates both our laws about importing products made with forced labor and to enable these labor practices to continue. I feel sure everyone in this chamber despises the evils of slavery and slave labor. In a few minutes, we'll have the chance to see just who talks the talk and who walks the walk. If we pass this resolution, we can help put a stop to China's cheating and slave labor. Make no mistake, people can still buy all the Chinese solar panels that they want to buy. We're not stopping them from doing that. We're not making solar panels unavailable. All we're saying is that they have to pay a tariff, pay a fair tariff that President Obama and President Trump both agreed upon. I'd be remiss in not thanking some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for co-sponsoring this common sense resolution and working to make it bipartisan. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell, the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Khan. Please walk the walk and vote in favor of this resolution to put American workers, American products, and the United States of America first. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the statement from James T. Callahan, General President of the International Union of Operating Engineers. He states, among other things, repealing President Biden's proclamation will result in retroactive duties and tariffs that would jeopardize 30,000 construction and 4,000 manufacturing jobs. We are not prepared to stand by and let some partisan dispute eliminate operating engineers' jobs and slow the deployment of clean energy. I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman's request is without objection. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Solar energy is one form of electricity generation that is growing in the United States. Yet we do not have the economy of scale in manufacturing solar systems to meet supply and demand for industry and consumers. Solar energy accounts for 3.9% of total electricity generation in 2021, compared to 0.7% in 2014. Currently, domestic solar production is sold out for the next 2 to 3 years. In order to continue to address China's unfair trading practices and allow America's solar industry to grow, President Biden's Proclamation 10414 declared an emergency with respect to U.S. electricity generation capacity by implementing a final rule that permits the importation of select cells or modulars without the payment of anti-dumping and countervailing duty temporary for 24 months. I urge my colleagues to stand with our President, who has shown such great wisdom and leadership. Vote no on H.J. Res. 39, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This veto override supports American workers and manufacturers in the solar sector, but it also helps protect American workers in every sector that faces unfair competition from China or any other country. Our trade laws are designed to level the playing field so that American workers can compete and win. We have hundreds of trade remedy orders in place to do exactly that for many American industries. These laws aren't worth the paper they are written on unless they are enforced. And overriding this veto is an important way for Congress to show that we will insist on strong trade enforcement for American workers, farmers, and manufacturers of any product that faces unfair competition from China or any other country. Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentle lady from New York.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we're seeing a policy from President Biden and the Democrats where they say one thing and they do another. How many times have you heard the president talk about made in America? How many times have you heard the Democrat talk about buy in America? And yet here we are seeing another policy that does just the opposite. It hurts American manufacturers. It hurts American jobs. It's giving an advantage to not just a competitor, but an adversary. We support energy diversification. We support clean energy, but we want it to be American energy. We want it to be done by American workers and manufacturing right here in the United States of America. We want to support our domestic solar manufacturers, not further discourage them from investing in manufacturing here. Instead, we see the Democrats put forward another policy that instead of supports American labor, it supports communist Chinese slave labor. And we know this is often linked to the genocide of the Uyghur Muslims. And if you're going to use Chinese slave labor, then at least have them pay a fair tariff. At least have them follow the same rules. Don't put forward a rule that allows them to circumvent tariffs. And as you know, last year, an American solar manufacturer petitioned the Commerce Department to review whether Chinese producers were circumventing tariffs on imports from China by shipping their products through Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. And lo and behold, in December of 2022, that Commerce Department, President Biden's own Commerce Department, made a preliminary determination that circumvention is indeed happening through all of those countries. That is why we must support the American worker today. We must support manufacturing in America and override this veto of a resolution that, quite frankly, it passed with bipartisan support here, and it passed with bipartisan support in the Senate as well. Look, this is an opportunity for us to stand with American energy producers, Okay, like I said, we support clean energy, we support diversification, but we want it to be made here in America with using American products, supporting American jobs. I continue to urge my colleagues to support this to override the president's veto and do the right thing, because we're not going to allow the president to get away with this. To constantly say, made in America, he supports American workers, he says, but then again, he puts forward another policy that does the exact opposite, and it hurts American people, and it's supporting the Communist Chinese Party instead. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentlelady from Staten Island has it backwards. The fact is that there is a process underway to review the challenges of the circumvention. There will be a report within the next year. But what the president did was put a pause on that to allow American industry to reorient and to catch up, because otherwise they do not have the capacity. I would quote a representative, a strong representative of working men and women, the general president of the Carpenters Union, Douglas McCarran. President Biden's proclamation saves carpenters' jobs and smooths the development of the domestic solar manufacturing industry. Today, we're seeing American manufacturing sector respond to increases through the incentives of the Deficit Reduction Act and develop homegrown solar modules. Now is not the time, according to this International Union president, to disrupt the solar industry and lay off thousands of union workers, just as we're getting a foothold in the burgeoning solar business. It is my privilege to recognize the gentleman from Flint, Michigan, a strong and effective voice for whatever he advocates, Congressman Kildee.
Gentleman from Michigan, how much time are you yielding?
For 3 minutes.
Is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for yielding. I rise in support of this veto override resolution to support the Michigan and American workers and to hold those who violate U.S. trade laws accountable. And I'll be clear, I am proud to have worked with President Biden and his administration on important new laws like the CHIPS and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, which I had a hand in writing. These legislative victories have helped to bring back critical manufacturing and to create good-paying American jobs. But on this particular issue, the President and I disagree. For far too long, bad trade deals and unfair trade practices from other countries have hurt American workers. And I believe that we need to enforce our current trade laws and strengthen our ability to fight unfair trade practices. When companies explicitly endeavor to evade, to circumvent our trade laws, there's no choice but we have to hold them accountable. And that's why Congress, with strong bipartisan votes in both the House and the Senate, acted on our legislation. The Biden administration's own Commerce Department investigation found that companies are evading U.S. tariffs on solar imports by circumventing those provisions. Yet, the administration suspended enforcement on this matter. That's not acceptable to the specific workers that I represent, because let's keep in mind, we have to be thinking about the entirety of the supply chain when it comes to solar energy production, including polysilicon production. By suspending those tariffs on those who violate our trade laws, we are rewarding the worst behavior and penalizing those companies that choose to follow the law. Failing to act will mean that other countries will think they can simply take advantage of American business and the American worker, making us more reliant on foreign manufacturing supply chains, including for our clean energy needs. Climate change is real. Addressing climate change is important. And fair trade is important. We can't be short-sighted in our efforts to rely on foreign companies and countries to meet our energy goals, especially when they have found to be in violation of U.S. trade laws. It's a false choice. It's a false choice to suggest that we can either choose to combat climate change or protect American manufacturers and American workers. We can do both. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes to override this veto and to hold those companies, those bad actors accountable. And look, this is not simple. This is difficult, but we do need to make sure we make the point.
Gentleman's time has expired.
If I could just have 30 seconds.
The gentleman has been yielded 30 seconds. Gentleman has been yielded 1 minute. You are recognized, sir.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to finish my point. There will always be an argument to look the other way, to get cheaper products by looking the other way when it comes to some of the worst practices in manufacturing on this planet. Of course it's going to be cheaper to look the other way when workers are being exploited, when intellectual property is being stolen, when child labor is being utilized. It will always be cheaper, but it's wrong. We can do both. We don't have to make this sacrifice of one principle in the name of the other. We can't take the position that for only 24 months we're going to look the other way and then we'll go back to adhering to both of these principles. We can do both. I encourage my colleagues to join me in doing so. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there's not many times that I would have yielded time to the gentleman from Michigan, but I would have for that opportunity to finish. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know well, the Chinese Communist Party has an egregious human rights record. There is a clear connection between these human rights abuses and the CCP's solar industry. I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record the testimony of Nuri Turkel, a Uyghur human rights lawyer and chair of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, before the Ways and Means Committee during a filled hearing in Staten Island, New York, earlier this month. Mr. Turkel's testimony, it highlights the ongoing human rights abuses and religious persecution being perpetrated against Uyghurs by the Chinese Communist Party. I'm disappointed that President Biden vetoed this important resolution. This is unacceptable, and we must step up to hold China accountable for its human rights abuses.
Without objection. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we are prepared to close if the other side is as well.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, there was a reference about false choices. Well, it's a false choice that we adhere to our interests and goals at the expense of throwing out of work thousands of American union workers and disrupting opportunities to smooth the supply chain. Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from 10 leading environmental organizations that talks about, and I'll quote, the Commerce Department investigation of tariff circumvention was being conducted. The administration sought to provide enough lead time for domestic solar panel manufacturing and supply chains to rapidly expand operation to meet demand, meet certainty on the prices of imported panels to solar companies deploying clean energy, and job stability for workers installing the panels.
Without objection.
Thank you. You know, somebody listening from the sidelines would think that there's a great deal of disagreement between my honorable friend from Missouri and me. That's not the case. We share many of the same goals, as he knows, with legislation that I'm proposing to try and rein in some of the egregious abuses of the Chinese. But what we are disagreeing about today is to undercut a process that is working with the Department of Commerce for accountability. The goal here is for another year to be able to work the process through. I have no doubt that we're going to end up essentially in the same place, but without compromising the ability of organized labor and workers to be able to have jobs, without undercutting the opportunity for the businesses to be able to cope with these changed circumstances and to be able to develop a supply chain, which you cannot do overnight, but over the course of the next year or so, we can make significant progress. That is our goal. We don't think that we have to punish American companies and American workers to achieve that goal. And I'm convinced that over the course of the next year, we will be largely in the same place after that process is finished with the Department of Commerce. But in the meantime, we're not going to have American workers and businesses pay the price for this, frankly, unfortunate demonstration of political messaging. We want to reach the same goal. We don't want to punish workers and industry while we get there. And having this additional year requested by the Biden administration that would be achieved by sustaining his veto is a reasonable outcome, and I think gets us where we want to be. I would respectfully suggest that we reject this resolution, allow the process to work, do not penalize American workers, strengthen supply chains so that a year and a half from now, we can in fact be in the same place, having a robust domestic industry and enforcing our goals and objectives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For years, China has been engaged in a long list of unfair trade practices. It's these practices that are harming American workers. They cost communities their jobs and created an unfair playing field. We are here today to end the misguided reward that the White House gave China for one of those unfair practices: shipping solar products through 4 Southeast Asian nations to dodge paying U.S. tariffs. That's simply what we're talking about here. That is it. That is how you protect American workers, is not allowing the Chinese, the CCP, to have a competitive advantage over our manufacturers and over our American workers. But if it's for solar panels, wait, it's okay for the Chinese to subsidize that. It's okay for the American workers to lose their jobs unfairly because we don't want to put a tariff on the CCP. And it's extremely important that even the Department of Commerce, President Biden's Department of Commerce, is the one that suggested there should be tariffs on these 4 countries because they're the ones that identified these 4 countries was being misused by the CCP. And that is what we're trying to do, is to follow Biden's Department of Commerce. But unfortunately, Biden himself is not even following his own Department of Commerce because he is more on the side of his special interest groups instead of the American worker that's losing their jobs because this resolution, his veto, basically allows more Chinese solar panels in without tariffs, and they're not doing anything about it. That is why in a bipartisan measure, both in the House and in the Senate, we voted to reverse President Biden, including the finance chair. Over on the other side, a Democrat voted to reverse the president's proposal. The problem is we don't have enough Democrats that will join us. We just have a few. But I'm thankful for the few that want to stand up to the CCP. I close.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the joint resolution? The objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding. Under the Constitution, the vote must be by the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Passage of House Joint Resolution 39, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding. Passage of House Joint Resolution 45, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1669. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of whether the House on reconsideration will pass House Joint Resolution 39, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 39, Joint Resolution disapproving the rule submitted by the Department of Commerce relating to procedures covering suspension of liquidation, duties, and estimated duties in accord with Presidential Proclamation 10414.
In accordance with the Constitution, the yeas and nays are ordered. This is a 15-minute vote.
all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 205. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the veto of the president is sustained and the joint resolution is rejected. The veto message and the joint resolution are referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. The clerk will notify the Senate of the action of the House. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.J. Res. 45, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Union Calendar number 51, House Joint Resolution 45. Joint resolution provided for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to waivers and modifications of federal student loans.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 203. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Without objection.
Speaker, as we all know, the House has already voted to address the debt ceiling. In fact, on April 26th, the House is not in order. Madam Speaker, on April 26th, this House passed the Limit, Save, and Grow Act. Well, should I say some of this House, but a majority of this House passed a bill to address not only the debt ceiling, but also the spending problem in Washington that has brought us to this point. Now, I'll also say, Madam Speaker, that for more than 4 weeks, the Senate has not even taken up action on that bill. In fact, the Senate's not even in session today or this week. With that said, Madam Speaker, the House is scheduled to take its last votes.
The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following tomorrow's votes, if some new agreement is reached between President Biden and Speaker McCarthy, members will receive 24 hours notice in the event we need to return to Washington for any additional votes either over the weekend or next week. Additionally, we will allow all members to have 72 hours to review any such legislative text that may come before us relating to the debt ceiling before final passage of that bill. Does the gentlelady ask to yield?
Thank you for yielding to my colleague. I don't know how my colleagues across the aisle who voted for the Default on America Act are going to look our veterans in the eye this Memorial Day. You have presented our country with an impossible choice: devastating cuts or devastating default, hungry families or homeless seniors, kids without classrooms or parents without jobs, empty VA clinics or empty savings account. And now you're sending us home with no resolution. That's the plan: to default, to run out the clock. Well, I have some good news for you. 213, every single member of the Democratic caucus has signed the discharge petition. So before you go home, it only takes 5 patriots to join us in the fight for the American people. Join us, sign the petition, stay here and fight for American families, fight for their American security. I yield back.
Reclaiming my time, Madam Speaker.
The House will be in order. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe my colleagues on the other side are having buyer's remorse, or should I say voter's remorse, that every single one of them voted against addressing the debt ceiling over a month ago when we brought that bill to the floor. Now, Madam Speaker, there is a remedy. If anyone in this chamber, including my friends on the other side, would like to see this problem addressed, they should go over to the Senate side, or frankly, there's no one there. They should get on the phone and call the Democrat senators who run the Senate and chose to be out this whole week because they took this so seriously, or call the White House and ask the president why he took 97 days off after the first meeting with Speaker McCarthy when the Speaker was ready to negotiate. We're still here. We have done our job. We have acted. We are, in fact, the only body in this town who has actually taken steps to address the debt ceiling and the spending problem in Washington. I would encourage the Senate to take up the bill. I would encourage the president to get engaged and address this problem, but we already have. The votes are on the board. I ask that the House be in order and there be some decorum on the other side.
The members are reminded to abide by decorum of the House. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while some in this town might be interested in theatrics, House Republicans took action. We passed a bill to address the problem. It's time for my friends on the other side to start doing their job. Call the Senate back in to take up the bill. If they don't like it, they can amend it. That is part of the legislative process. Let's get our jobs done. We've done ours. They need to do theirs. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1669 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 48, H.R. 1669, a bill to amend Title 38, United States Code to make permanent the High Technology Pilot Program of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 409 and the nays are 9. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask for a moment of silence in honor of the one-year anniversary of the 21 Robb Elementary School victims that were murdered in my district in Uvalde, Texas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 467.
Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Resolution 429 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 467. The Chair appoints the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 467, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in the first section of House Resolution 429 and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the recognition. Action is needed now to address the fentanyl crisis. That's why I rise today in strong support of H.R. 467, the Halt Fentanyl Act. Fentanyl is the top cause of death for Americans 18 to 49. years old. In my home state of Kentucky, illicit fentanyl overdoses represented 70% of all overdoses in 2020 and 2021. The fentanyl crisis is one of the foremost problems that American public faces and is being made worse by the crisis at our southern border. Illicit fentanyl is turning virtually every community into a border community, with these poisons flooding streets across America and taking innocent lives, including the lives of our kids. The Halt Fentanyl Act would ban all fentanyl analogs and strip the drug cartels and other criminals of the incentive to create new versions of fentanyl to skirt around the law. This bill is a key step to help get these poisons off our streets and give law enforcement the tools they need to crack down on illicit fentanyl trafficking. A two-pronged approach to addressing this crisis is needed. We must have a law enforcement and a substance use recovery strategy to address this crisis. That's why I look forward to examining the Support Act for Patients and Communities Act later this year to continue providing access to treatment and recovery support services so that many individuals that they rely on throughout our country. To those who oppose this legislation on the grounds it could lead to mass incarceration, the emergency class-wide scheduling implemented by President Trump did not lead to mass incarcerations. In a Government Accountability Office study from 2021, the GAO found that there were only 8 prosecutions, yes, 8 prosecutions during the period in which the Trump administration temporarily scheduled fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I drugs from 2018 to 2020, with 4 of them being individuals working on behalf of the cartel because the cartels quit creating illicit fentanyl separate from the fentanyl that's poisoning our kids today. I know, which it could even be worse. I know there are also those who believe the emergency scheduling order didn't lead to reduction in overdose deaths, that this bill before us won't effectively address the issues we're facing. To both of those criticisms, this bill stops these analogs from being produced in the first place. Right after the class-wide ban was put in place, the number of fentanyl analog encounters dropped nearly 89%, more than 6,200 fewer reports of analogs. DEA officials stated that the class-wide scheduling contributed to this dramatic drop. It also includes provisions to facilitate more research into detection of fentanyl in substances and potential treatment of fentanyl poisonings, something that has much more red tape in the status quo. I'm happy to see the White House supports 2 main provisions of the Halt Fentanyl Act. The Halt Fentanyl Act is one step of many this body needs to take to address the end of the overdose crisis. The time to permanently act is now, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 467, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 467. I have deep concerns with the partisan approach my Republican colleagues have taken on this bill and the harmful implications it would have on our communities if adopted. The substance use and overdose crisis impacts all our communities, and the American people deserve bipartisan solutions that address both public safety and public health. This bill fails on both fronts and simply continues the status quo, allowing opioid use disorder and the overdose crisis to continue to devastate American families across the nation. In 2018, the Drug Enforcement Administration first issued a temporary class-wide scheduling order of fentanyl-related substances under Schedule I, the strictest classification for drugs. Congress has voted to extend the temporary order multiple times, most recently in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023. But despite this action over the last 4 years, overdoses have not gone down, and we have unfortunately not made a dent in the incidence of opioid use disorders. Fentanyl and synthetic opioids continue to flood into the country. In testimony before our committee, the DEA administrator noted that DEA seized more than 50 million fake pills and 10,000 pounds of fentanyl in 2022. In other words, the Halt Fentanyl Act is a partisan distraction from the hard bipartisan work that actually has to be done to address a long-standing intractable problem that faces our communities. We lost over 100,000 people in 2022 to overdoses. This is one of the biggest public health crises our nation has ever faced. And now is not the time for a partisan approach. Now is the time for comprehensive bipartisan work. Democrats stand ready to work with Republicans on addressing the fentanyl crisis. We stand ready to work on permanent scheduling, so long as it's carefully designed to avoid exacerbating inequities in our criminal justice system. In committee, Democrats offered amendments to improve the Halt Fentanyl Act. We ask that Republicans consider additions to the bill that reflect the Biden administration's common sense interagency proposal. The proposal would permanently schedule FRS, but establish a set of guardrails that promise a scientific and equitable approach. The administration's proposal is reflected in bipartisan legislation that was introduced by Representatives Pappas, Gonzalez, and Newhouse, and includes an off-ramp to allow for expedited descheduling of FRS that are found to be either inert or have medical applications. There's already evidence that at least one FRS could have potential applications for reversing overdoses, similar to naloxone, and we must provide for such substances to be rapidly descheduled. The Biden administration's proposal also strikes the right balance on public safety by ensuring that permanent scheduling of FRS does not exacerbate existing inequities in our criminal justice system. It eliminates mandatory minimum standards involving SRS unless an offense results in serious bodily injury or death. Instead, the Republican majority has opted to continue failed punitive mandatory minimum sentencing that we know will disproportionately impact communities of color while doing nothing to address the underlying opioid crisis. And now, as this bill comes to the House floor, Republicans are continuing to refuse to make this legislation better. Almost 90 amendments were filed for consideration on this bill, and Republicans ruled nearly all of them out of order, including the bipartisan Pappas amendment. An amendment from Representative Peterson of Colorado would have provided the off-ramp for rapid descheduling of FRS that are inert or have medical applications. An amendment offered by Representative Crockett of Texas would have ensured that federal law does not stand in the way of the use of fentanyl test strips, which are proven to reduce overdoses from fentanyl and FRS. Unfortunately, Republicans refuse to make any of these common sense amendments in order, despite the fact that they are clearly germane. And we simply cannot incarcerate our way out of a public health crisis. The Halt Fentanyl Act does not provide any resources for research or for prevention or for treatments, recovery, or harm reduction. It also does not provide law enforcement or public health agencies with any additional resources to detect and intercept illicit drugs entering the country. In fact, nearly every House Republican voted in favor of the Default on America Act, which would inflict devastating cuts that would force communities to lay off thousands of law enforcement officers and first responders. And that's in addition to the significant cuts the Default on America Act would make to substance use programs that help treat patients in our communities. The reality is that this bill, paired with Republican efforts to slash vital public health and safety funding, will leave our communities worse off and exacerbate existing inequities in our criminal justice system. So, Madam Speaker, I can't support the underlying bill in its current form. I encourage my colleagues to oppose it, and I hope that at some point we can get back to doing some bipartisan work that will really make a difference in terms of this opioid and fentanyl crisis. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was a bipartisan bill. It got bipartisan votes in committee. The DEA's #1 priority. If you're selling fentanyl to our kids, you deserve to be incarcerated. We don't apologize for that. And I will now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, the chair, Kathy McMorris Rogers.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To save lives and make our communities safer, I rise in support of the Halt Fentanyl Act. Illicit fentanyl is one of the greatest threats that we face as a nation. Illicit drug manufacturers are diverting precursor chemicals from some of China's 160,000 chemical plants and shipping them to Mexico, where cartels are producing mass quantities of illicit fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances. These are being smuggled across our southern border and killing more people than ever. According to an analysis by the Washington Post, fentanyl poisonings is the #1 cause of death for people 18 to 49. I think about my friend, Molly Kane from Spokane. She lost her son, Carson. And Deb and Ray Cullen from Pennsylvania, who lost their son, Zach. Both Carson and Zach were killed instantly by substances laced with illicit fentanyl. Molly asked me, how many more letters from grieving parents is it going to take for action? The fact is, it shouldn't take another letter, another day. It shouldn't take another lost loved one. The HALT Fentanyl Act will save lives. We must make sure that law enforcement have the permanent tools that they need to seize these extremely lethal poisons. It is DEA's #1 priority. Without these tools, drug traffickers being sourced from China will be emboldened to push deadlier and deadlier drugs across the border. We can't let that happen. Let's come together today for a more secure future for every community in America. I urge support of the HALT Fentanyl Act, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 3 minutes now to a member of our Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. Lisa Blunt Rochester.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. And Madam Speaker, today I rise to talk about a public health emergency impacting every corner of our nation, fentanyl. As Congress debates the best approach to combating synthetic opioids, what we can all agree on is that every single one of us is impacted. And I urge my colleagues to keep our focus on the comprehensive and sustainable solutions. In 2021, in my small state of Delaware, we lost over 500 family members, friends, co-workers, and neighbors to overdoses. Of the more than 500 Delawareans lost to overdose, 80% involve fentanyl. Those numbers, unfortunately, are poised to get worse. As the former Deputy Secretary of Health and Social Services in Delaware, my career has made me look at these challenges through a lens of public health. That's why I was proud to join my colleagues, Representative Annie Kuster and Don Bacon, in introducing the Stop Fentanyl Overdoses Act. Our bipartisan bill takes a comprehensive public health approach to reducing fentanyl overdoses by expanding testing, improving data collection and analysis, and expanding treatment for opioid use disorder. Our approach is supported by a broad and diverse coalition, including the Drug Policy Alliance, American Psychological Association Services, and Partnership to End Addiction. As we continue to work to combat the fentanyl crisis, an issue that I know we all care deeply about, I hope we will keep a comprehensive public health approach top of mind. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman for Virginia, the bill's sponsor, Mr. Griffith.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Everyone in this body knows someone who's been affected by the drug overdose epidemic. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in 2022, there were more than 107,000 overdose deaths in the U.S. 67% of those deaths involve synthetic opioids like fentanyl. Right now, fentanyl analogs are considered Schedule I substances, but only because of a series of scheduling orders which expire on December 31st, 2024. Since we put that temporary order into place, we have seen a reduction in the trafficking of the fentanyl analogs into our country. According to a 2021 GAO report, fentanyl analogs coming into the U.S. dropped by 90% in the year that we did the temporary scheduling. This bill aims to curb overdose deaths by permanently scheduling fentanyl analogs as Schedule I substances. This will strengthen law enforcement's ability to prosecute fentanyl traffickers and act as a deterrent. The HALT Fentanyl Act also promotes research. This is something new. Research by removing barriers to the research. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, we heard that there are as many as 4,800 potential analogs. Our experts at NIH, FDA, and other agencies have studied roughly 30 of the 4,800. By encouraging research of Schedule I substances like fentanyl analogs, we can better understand how these substances work. and how we may prevent potential harmful impacts in the future. Because fentanyl has a proven medical use, fentanyl itself has a proven medical use, it is considered a Schedule II narcotic. But illicit derivatives of fentanyl, also called fentanyl analogs, currently have not demonstrated medical value. Let me be clear. This bill will have no impact whatsoever on a physician's ability to administer fentanyl in proper medical scenarios. HALT deals specifically with fentanyl analogs, not fentanyl itself. The DEA has said that permanently scheduling fentanyl analogs is their top legislative priority. We must not allow this temporary extension to expire. On Monday, the Biden administration released a positive statement regarding the bill. In the statement, they supported the provisions I just described, permanent scheduling and streamlined research. The Biden administration did recommend a few other items they would like to see related to fentanyl analogs, and I'm open and willing to have these discussions, but that is not this bill. Madam Chair, we should vote to advance this bill that we agree on and that does help stop the bad guys, particularly those bringing these substances over the border. Once fentanyl analogs are permanently made Schedule I, Congress will continue to build off this work and continue to address the illicit fentanyl crisis. These large numbers that we've seen on fentanyl deaths and fentanyl analogs are because of these drugs coming across the border. They're 100 times more potent than morphine and 50 times more potent than heroin. Why would we not take every step possible that we can to stop it?
It's expired.
I yield back and thank the gentleman.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I know the Republicans have a number of speakers, so I'm going to continue to reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, for over 2 years, I've worked with my colleague from Virginia's 9th District to pass the HALT Fentanyl Act. And during this time, our country has reeled from a record-breaking number of poisonings. In both 2021 and 2022, over 100,000 Americans died of an overdose. What was the main culprit? Fentanyl-related substances. In 2021, 77% of teen deaths were attributed to an illicit fentanyl poisoning, and it's now the #1 cause of death among adults 18 to 49. This crisis has simply spiraled out of control, and action must be taken immediately. That's where our bill, the HALT Fentanyl Act, comes into play. Right now, these fentanyl substances are temporarily set as a Schedule I narcotic. If this in this class-wide scheduling were to expire, drug traffickers would be given the green light to push deadlier drugs, law enforcement would lose authority to seize these deadly narcotics, and Americans will continue to die. I am pleased the House is taking up this bill to permanently place fentanyl-related substances as a Schedule I narcotic. I'd also like to take a moment to clear up a misconception about this bill. This isn't about criminal justice reform. This is about justice for the victims of fentanyl poisoning. Cartels are killing our citizens for 10 cents. Let me repeat that. Cartels are killing our citizens for 10 cents. That's how much it costs to make a pill in Mexico that's fentanyl-laced. The DEA's #1 priority, we owe it, is their #1 priority. We owe it to our constituents to fix this permanently. Currently, to trigger a 10-year mandatory minimum, an offense must involve 100 grams or more of a mixture containing a fentanyl analog. Because the average lethal dose of fentanyl is just 2 milligrams, again, just 2 milligrams, the offense would need to contain roughly 50,000 lethal doses. Again, that's 50,000 human beings that would be murdered from fentanyl poisoning. I strongly encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the HALT Fentanyl Act.
The gentleman's time is expired.
And to help end this crisis and save innocent lives. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Summerlee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand today in solidarity with the millions of black and brown folks who have been locked up over the failed war on drugs. I stand before you today, some 50 years from the war on drugs and 39 years after President Reagan signed the Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1984, which expanded penalties on weed possession, established mandatory minimums, and created civil asset forfeiture. 50 years since establishing drug policies that systematically led to the mass incarceration of generations of black men. But somehow this war on drugs will be different. Now, we don't always know the consequences of a bill like this, but with the HOLT Act, we know. We all know. We have to listen to our experts, our public health, criminal justice, and civil rights organizations. They are on the ground doing the work in our communities, and 158 of them just told us that no, the HOLT Act will not help the American people as this bill claims it would. It will only cause harm, especially to black and brown and low-income Americans. But we really didn't need the experts on this one. We've had decades to observe the effects of policies just like this. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. The HOLT Act will do exactly what it was designed to do if we allow it to pass. We've seen 50 years of terrifying merry-go-round. The economy struggles, housing becomes less stable, and tough on crime approach is promoted as the solution. Lock up those most impacted, our siblings and neighbors struggling with addiction. Lock them up. Who is winning? Not the 350,000 folks currently serving time for drug offenses. Not the families that have been torn apart by mass incarceration. Imagine the loss of generational wealth. Communities have been left without parents and grandparents, neighbors, leaders, and friends. The families who are mourning tens of thousands that have died every year from drug overdoses. Policies like this one do not lead to healing. They do not lead to safety, and they do not lead to justice, and we do deserve justice. We know there is a correlation between poverty and crime, not race and crime. We do not need tough on crime policies. We need to be tough on inequality. But for true systemic change, we have to be willing to consider different roads. We have to be willing to consider community-based, trauma-informed, and harm-reducing policies. We must resist the urge to hearken back to tough on crime rhetoric. Tough on crime is merely tough on community. We can do better, and we must do better. Then HOLT Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
The gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the chairman of the subcommittee. He's doing a great job, Healthcare Subcommittee. I rise today in support of the HALT Fentanyl Act. The American people are in a midst of a staggering illicit fentanyl crisis. Our kids are dying, Madam Speaker. We need to do everything we possibly can to help these kids. Sadly, we read daily headlines, Madam Speaker, of adults, teens, and even toddlers who had died from fentanyl poisoning. My colleagues across the aisle, they kicked the can down the road. They've kicked it down the road too long, Madam Speaker, and look at the consequences. As fentanyl-related substances still remain only temporarily scheduled, the time is now to make it permanent. Today, we take an overdue step in the right direction. And as a proud advocate for individuals suffering with substance abuse use disorder, I know this is just one step. Much more needs to be done, but thank you for bringing this bill up. I appreciate it. Sadly, we continue to see a huge influx of fentanyl-related substances into the country from across the Mexican border, from cartels using chemical imported from China and India. I'm disheartened to see communities across my state of Florida and across the nation bearing the ramifications of these criminal actors and our open border policies. We must secure the border. This is a nonpartisan issue, in my opinion, and we must come together to address the opioid crisis. We're at war with these cartels, Madam Speaker. I would like to see my Democratic colleagues heed the Biden administration's public support of these critical measures. Just this Monday, they issued their support for the policies in this bill, urging Congress to pass these measures to address public safety and save lives. So I say to my colleagues across the aisle, work with us on this and on other meaningful policy solutions to combat fentanyl in our nation. Thank you, and I commend the sponsors.
I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager-Dove.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to strongly oppose the Republicans' Halt Fentanyl Act. Republicans want to ban American history so that they can repeat the bad parts. Did we learn nothing from the war on drugs? I guess not. Real talk, it was a huge failure. Back then, we enacted ineffective and punitive laws that only worked to expand mass incarceration, mostly of black and brown folks. This legislation will enact ineffective and punitive drug laws that only work to expand mass incarceration. Who will suffer? Mostly black and brown folk, while the data shows that all races are facing challenges with fentanyl. This legislation would put us on a dangerous path toward unjust and disproportionate mandatory minimums for the possession of all fentanyl-related substances. Newsflash, research is still needed on possible and legal pharmacological use of these substances, and fentanyl is still being prescribed legally and used in controlled settings by medical doctors. But that's right, Republicans don't like science. In its current form, this bill allows for no flexibility and won't address the root issue. This bill is short-sighted because some of these substances could still be key to developing treatment for fentanyl overdoses. So instead of learning about how we can save people from fentanyl, we want to criminalize all of the fentanyl-related substances. 97% of the illicit fentanyl seized at the border is seized at legal ports of entry. The majority of those convicted are U.S. citizens. The draconian mandatory minimums proposed under this plan don't address these issues. In fact, this bill doesn't do anything smart. It doesn't address the humanitarian crisis we are facing at our southern border. It doesn't address the epidemic of substance abuse, and it certainly won't improve our public safety. The majority of people who are dying from fentanyl are dying because they are taking it illegally. They are buying, searching for illicit drugs. It's not about prosecution. It's about drug use. The issue is substance abuse, and that's what we should be addressing. So if you're going to propose some legislation, make it make sense, make it address root issues, focus on the causes, rather than continuing to scapegoat the same people that you have scapegoated for years and years to no end. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, the Vice Chair of the Health Subcommittee, Mr. Bouchon.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to point out this is fentanyl poisoning, and because people use illicit drugs, they certainly don't deserve to die from it. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Halt Fentanyl Act. In 2022, roughly 75,000 Americans died from poisoning by synthetic opioids, largely illicit fentanyl or fentanyl-related substances. Illicit fentanyl poisonings are now the #1 cause of death among adults aged 18 to 49, as has been pointed out many times. The people who have died from illicit fentanyl poisoning are not just statistics. They're someone's child, sibling, parent, family member, or close friend. And it's happening in every community across America. It doesn't discriminate socioeconomic class, race, religion. Just last week, a federal grand jury indicted a man in Evansville, Indiana, my hometown, for selling counterfeit prescription pills laced with fentanyl over social media that caused at least 3 poisonings and the death of a 19-year-old woman in 2022. Last fall, a federal grand jury indicted another man in Evansville who sold fentanyl pills in 2021 that ended up killing a 3-year-old toddler and resulted in non-fatal poisonings of 2 other children in a home after they found illicit fentanyl pills in a nightstand and took them. These are heartbreaking stories, and we in this body have the power to do something to help prevent more of them from occurring. Let's pass the Halt Fentanyl Act and give hope to Americans whose family, friends, and loved ones who have been impacted by illicit fentanyl poisonings that their loved one's death was not in vain.
Support this bill. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'm going to reserve at this time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the HALT Fentanyl Act, which would permanently schedule fentanyl analogs as Schedule 1. Madam Speaker, the United States is facing a poisoning epidemic, and it's caused by illicit fentanyl and its related substances that are pouring over our southern border. Almost 200 people are dying every day from fentanyl poisoning. 200. Included in that number is a family from my district who lost their son Wesley to the drug at the age of 22 years. His mother writes, "My son was a victim of drug-induced homicide. He took one pill that ended up being pure fentanyl and died. He was poisoned because he trusted the wrong person and paid for it with his life. We cannot allow the lawlessness and tragedy to continue to tear our communities apart. That's why we must pass the HALT Fentanyl Act that is before us today. Opponents of this legislation are choosing to side with the criminals over the safety and well-being of our children. That is despicable. Madam Speaker, let's pass this bill, secure the border, stem the tide of the growing fentanyl crisis, and save lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes now to my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Payne.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding to me. And I want to just follow up with the last two colleagues of mine, the gentlelady from California and the previous speaker. We cannot have what happened in the 80s and 90s of the scapegoating of communities with the heinous drug epidemic. It is interesting that now that fentanyl is impacting certain communities, now it's a health issue. But in the 80s and 90s, when there was a crack epidemic in urban communities, Nancy Reagan told us just to say no. Well, but here we are now in this day and age, and now it is a major issue. Why? Well, because it's impacting other communities that people tend to care more about their communities. What we're seeing now in minority communities was going on 20 years ago, and we were screaming, please help, please let's stop this scourge. But what we did was say, no, those people that are abusing those drugs are criminals, and let's lock them up. Mass incarceration. But now, in this day and age with fentanyl, it's a health issue. When the same thing was happening then that's happening now. I don't know how one is a criminal act and now we need to have compassion. But we do, because this country is suffering. Our young people are dying. And it is just unreal, the scourge that this drug is. But we have to remember that, that this opioid is such a powerful, fentanyl is such a powerful opioid that is 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine. 2 milligrams, or the size of 5 grams of salt, 5 grains of salt, can cause a possible overdose. So we need to do something. Our young people are screaming out, they're crying, they're dying. But we cannot blame it all on the southern border. From time and time again, we have data that shows that 90% of the fentanyl is coming through ports of entry by American citizens. We need to address that. We need to talk about it.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Like another minute?
Thank you.
I yield another minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentleman. The HALT Fentanyl Act is not the way to go. But we need to come together and do something, as this plague is ruining our future. I've seen it in my community. Others have seen it now in their community. We must come together with reasonable legislation. This is just another possible situation that starts mass incarceration once again. And I know I don't want to see in your community what that did to mine over the past 20 years, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Dr. Dunn.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to express my support for H.R. 467, the HALT Fentanyl Act. This legislation will place all fentanyl-related substances as a class into Schedule I of the Controlled Substances Act. The Energy and Commerce Committee has taken an important step towards solving our fentanyl crisis, and I'm proud to have supported this bill since the 117th Congress. We've heard from the Molly Kane, we've heard from Cullens, countless others who've courageously told their stories of how their children were murdered by fentanyl. Make no mistake, fentanyl is a poison in our communities. Every pill, every toke, every line of cocaine is playing a game of Russian roulette every single time. This crisis is happening at the hands of bad actors such as the Chinese Communist Party and the drug cartels. And China remains the primary source of illicit fentanyl and its precursors that are trafficked internationally and through our porous southern border. In fiscal year 2023 so far, Customs and Border Patrol has seized over 17,000 pounds of fentanyl, enough to kill 11 times the entire population in the United States. The HALT Fentanyl Act is an important step in the right direction, and we must permanently schedule these substances. Let's call it what it is, a weapon of mass destruction. Our law enforcement officers fight heroically every day to combat this epidemic, and it is imperative that we protect them. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak in opposition to H.R. 467, the HALT Fentanyl Act. The fentanyl crisis has touched every community across our state and country. We need to take serious bipartisan action to address this epidemic and save lives. Unfortunately, the legislation on the floor tonight misses the mark. The HALT Fentanyl Act does not address how these dangerous drugs enter our country, nor does it include any measures to address the underlying demand driving the substance use crisis. This bill simply preserves the status quo by continuing to schedule fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I, which has been the case since 2018 and under current law will be the case until December of 2024. Scheduling alone will not change the overdose crisis. We need to broaden our scope. I urge this body to instead consider a public health approach to address this crisis. I am leading with Lisa Blunt Rochester and Don Bacon a bipartisan alternative bill that would address both the supply of and demand for illicit fentanyl in this country. Our bill, the Stop Fentanyl Overdoses Act, will enhance fentanyl surveillance through investments in technology, dedicate resources to strengthen law enforcement response, and improve data collection of seized drugs. The bill will also help reduce the demand for illicit drugs by expanding access to recovery resources, protecting people who administer opioid reversal drugs, and supporting education on the harm of drug misuse. The Stop Fentanyl Overdoses Act is an alternative to the scheduling-only approach on the floor. An issue this complex requires an equally comprehensive solution. Fentanyl doesn't care about our politics, and neither should our approach to addressing the overdose crisis. I urge my colleagues to consider my alternative bipartisan solution. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our nation is facing a tragic fentanyl crisis. Our kids are dying, our neighbors are dying, and the last 2 years, may I remind my Democratic colleagues that they were in charge. They were in charge of the House, they had control of the Senate, they had control of the presidency, and they did nothing to stop this fentanyl crisis. Late last year, I visited the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office in Phoenix, Arizona. It was truly revealing. It is one of the busiest medical examiner offices in the nation, and in Maricopa County last year, fentanyl and its analogs were involved in 60% of all the drug-related deaths. What's more, there are record amounts of fentanyl coming across our southern border into our Arizona communities. Do you know that last Thursday, officers at the Nogales, Arizona Port of Entry seized over 207,000 fentanyl pills and over 16 pounds of fentanyl powder just in one day, with border officials only able to seize 5 to 10% of all illegal drugs. These numbers are truly terrifying. House Republicans are taking action. We're the ones introducing this bill. We're the ones getting something done. We are introducing the HALT Fentanyl Act. And that's why I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation to stop this deadly drug crisis and save lives. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields.
Reserved.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I don't like to disagree with my colleague from Arizona, who I respect, but she did say that when the Democrats were in the majority that we didn't address the issue, and that's not accurate. In fact, last Congress, we did pass out of the Energy and Commerce Committee a bipartisan mental health and substance use treatment package, H.R. 7666, which became law as part of the Consolidated Appropriations Bill last December. And that bill, H.R. 7666, that came out of our committee when it came to the floor in the House, was supported by over 400 members. Only 20 members didn't vote for it. And it was, as I said, later signed into law as part of the Consolidation Appropriations Act. And that new law includes the MAT Act and the MAID Act, historic pieces of legislation that ensure medical practitioners are prepared to identify and treat substance use disorders and increase access to medication-assisted treatment, such as buprenorphine. H.R. 766 also reauthorized billions of dollars in public health programs that address the mental health and substance use crisis, including both the Substance Use Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Services Block Grant and state opioid response grants. Now, I'm not suggesting that this is the end all. Obviously, more needs to be done. But part of what I think you're hearing from the Democratic side of the aisle today is that this legislation on the floor doesn't really deal with all these things. It doesn't deal with treatment. It doesn't deal with the border. It doesn't deal with law enforcement and more resources to address the fentanyl crisis. And we believe that a law that's going to really make a difference would do that. And that's the reason that we're saying that this that this bill that's before us, the whole Fentanyl Act, really doesn't really do anything, because it just says that it's going to be in Schedule 1 beyond 2024. Right now, you already have these synthetic fentanyls scheduled and run until the end of next year, and we haven't really seen any progress with that. And so we would like to see a comprehensive approach that takes into account treatment that's a follow-up on what we passed in the last Congress. But I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. 6 months ago, I received an email from Ray Cullen, a resident of Franklin County, Pennsylvania, who along with his wife Deb had raised their kids in my district in Pennsylvania 13. Ray told the story of his son Zach, who last year was out with a bunch of buddies when he was sold cocaine that was laced with fentanyl. Unfortunately, a deadly poison that claimed Zach's life. Zach didn't know that the drugs that he and his friends had purchased were laced with this deadly synthetic opioid. Because of how lethal the drug is in small quantities, fentanyl has become the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 49. It was Franklin County Coroner Jeff Connor who put it so bluntly to me. He said, fentanyl is easy to get and it's fast to kill. The Cullens reached out to share the memory of their son because they wanted to make a difference. They wanted to make sure that the pain that they were feeling was not shared by parents anywhere else in Pennsylvania, anywhere else in our country. Now, on the eve of the Halt Fentanyl vote, we in Congress have a chance to help prevent these needless deaths by passing the Halt Fentanyl Act, legislation to finally classify these deadly fentanyl substances as Schedule I narcotics. Deb and Ray Cullen have traveled and presented their case before the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee of Health. Deb and Ray Cullen will be here tomorrow. They will be in the gallery as we have a choice to make to vote in a bipartisan fashion to halt fentanyl and its deadly cause here in the United States. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'll continue to reserve because the other side has a number of speakers.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For too long, a lack of national leadership has forced law enforcement into navigating this fentanyl crisis without the proper tools or a defined mission. The Halt Fentanyl Act would provide both the tools and the mission by permanently classifying fentanyl analogs as Schedule I narcotics. This bill, which I've long supported, will mitigate this crisis by empowering police to use every tool available to get the traffickers of poison off the streets and put them in jail. Sell fentanyl, go to jail. Poison kids, go to jail. If you don't want to go to jail, don't sell fentanyl and don't poison our kids. Right now, we are failing as a nation. We're failing to recognize the severity of this crisis, failing to hold China and dealers accountable for their role, and we are failing to protect the people who most need it, our children. We've lost young Americans with bright futures like Daniel Perta from my district, who was a year away from graduating when he was poisoned by a counterfeit pill sold over Snapchat. For Daniel's memory and the memory of countless others, we must act. I urge support. 30 times the number of people who died on 9/11 last year died of fentanyl poisoning.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for yielding me time. I rise today in support of Halt Fentanyl Act, introduced by my friends and colleagues Morgan Griffith and Bob Latta. The fentanyl crisis is ravaging our nation, and there's no question this dangerous drug and its analogs should be scheduled. Fentanyl accounts for roughly 150 overdose deaths per day, and the number of deaths caused by fentanyl and other synthetic opioids is growing exponentially each year. The Halt Fentanyl Act would permanently schedule fentanyl-related substances and provide law enforcement with the tools needed to keep these lethal drugs off our streets. Should the temporary class-wide scheduling expire, drug traffickers would be empowered to ramp up their operations without fear or repercussions. At our border, U.S. Customs and Border Protection would lose the authority to seize these substances, and the amount of drugs coming into our country would skyrocket. It's hard to imagine the border crisis becoming worse than it already is, but should this scheduling expire, I'm afraid the crisis would escalate even further. And as a physician and the former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health, under whose purview substance use disorder and drug addiction failed, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle neglect that a vast majority of people affected by this are not drug addicts. One pill can kill. And furthermore, newsflash, this bill doesn't hamper any medical use, legal medical use of fentanyl. Fentanyl is not only more deadly than cocaine or morphine or heroin, it is significantly easier to produce and can be sold for 100 times more than it costs to make. Bad actors will always take advantage of bad situations, and this is no exception. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill to protect our most vulnerable populations and keep fentanyl and its analogs off the street. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 467, the HALT Fentanyl Act, of which I am proud to co-sponsor. I also find it baffling that speakers from the other side say that this does nothing, when in fact we are working to correct the wrongs of pro-criminal, open border agenda that Democrats have passed throughout this country. There is not one community across this nation that has been immune to the devastating effects of fentanyl. As an NYPD detective, I have witnessed far too many Americans destroyed due to opioid addictions stemming from this horrific narcotic, and Congress must act swiftly to combat the fentanyl epidemic. I urge all my colleagues to pass the HALT Act in order to make permanent class-wide scheduling order for fentanyl-related substances, which is the key to preventing unneeded deaths to relating fentanyl.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'll yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 467, the HALT Fentanyl Act. I am a proud original co-sponsor of this common sense legislation that would permanently reschedule fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I drugs. Far too often, we're hearing devastating stories from families across this great country who have lost loved ones to fentanyl and related deaths, and in many cases, it's our young people. Only a few milligrams of fentanyl can be lethal, which is why it is now the #1 cause of death among adults 18 to 49. Deadly fentanyl-related substances are being manufactured by China and the cartels and pouring across our borders into our cities, communities, and neighborhoods. We must ensure that our law enforcement and Border Patrol officers maintain the authority necessary to seize these drugs. That is why this body must take action to halt Fentanyl Act, and the HALT Fentanyl Act would supply law enforcement with the tools needed to keep this deadly substance off our streets. To put it simply, this bill will save lives. I strongly urge a yes vote on H.R. 467, and I yield back.
Time's expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
May I inquire how much time my side has remaining?
Gentleman from Kentucky has 5.5 minutes remaining. Gentleman from New Jersey has 8 minutes remaining.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the I'm sorry. Switch the order on me. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamek.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in strong support of H.R. 467, the HALT Fentanyl Act. To drive home why this bill is so important, I want to emphasize that currently there is no permanent scheduling of fentanyl, only a temporary emergency scheduling order. That means when, not if, but when this temporary order on fentanyl expires, fentanyl-related substances will become street legal. Street legal. Think about this. Over 300 people a day will die today from fentanyl poisoning. 300 people died yesterday. 300 people will die tomorrow of fentanyl poisoning. If an airliner carrying 300 people crashed every single day, within the span of a week, we would have declared a national emergency and would have begun the work on solutions. But we haven't done that here. If we don't pass this bill when the emergency class-wide scheduling order expires, law enforcement will no longer have the authority to seize these extremely lethal drugs. Yes, you heard me right. They will no longer have the authority. As so many of my colleagues have said, today, fentanyl is the leading cause of death for individuals between the ages of 18 and 49, surpassing COVID, cancer, heart disease, and even car accidents. In fact, the DEA, Biden's DEA, y'all's DEA, says this is their #1 priority. Every single one of us knows someone who has been affected by fentanyl. Every single one of us in this chamber knows who is responsible for the fentanyl pouring into our country, and it is every single one of our jobs to act and pass the HALT Fentanyl Act. Let's put the politics aside, come together as Americans for our communities, for this country. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Our reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield my such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I just want to correct the record, or at least set the record straight on what the DEA and what the Biden administration are saying. I heard what my colleague on the committee said, but I want you to understand that no one on our side of the aisle, and certainly not the Biden administration or the DEA, is saying that we should get rid of the current law, which says that synthetic fentanyl is on Schedule 1. I mean, that's been the case now. We've extended it for many times. As the gentlewoman said, it's actually extended until December of 2024. But what the Biden administration, in conjunction with the DEA, is saying is that before you go ahead and permanently extend, that you should look at some of the other things that we've talked about on the Democratic side of the aisle. In other words, they say in this task force from the administration with the DEA that there's a real possibility that research will find that there are synthetic fentanyl substances that might actually help deal with the crisis and reverse an overdose in certain circumstances. And so what they recommend is that we have an off-ramp to ensure that substances that are deemed to be to have a potential medical application are not improperly classified. Because if you pass this permanently, then you'd have to pass another law in order to take something off the list. Also, they're not recommending that we have mandatory minimum incarceration involving synthetic fentanyl unless an offense results in serious bodily injury or death. And this is what some of my colleagues on the Democratic side, that incarceration and mandatory minimum sentencing is not the answer. We know it hasn't been for years with other drugs as well. In addition to that, there should be funding to deal with the research, funding to deal with treatment, funding for law enforcement so they can prevent more fentanyl from coming into the country. And none of that is included in this bill. And so I just don't want my colleagues on the other side to misrepresent what DEA or what the Biden administration are saying. We all understand the nature of this crisis, but we don't think that this bill is going to do anything to change that, because it just basically extends the status quo, and it doesn't do anything for all these other things that have been mentioned on the Democratic side. And so I just think it's really important for you to understand where we're coming from on this. We don't disagree with the scheduling, putting this on Schedule 1, but we want to see a comprehensive approach, because what we're doing now has failed. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'll yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walburn.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 467, the HALT Fentanyl Act. A recent poll showed just 16% of Americans are satisfied with how things are going in the United States. Why? Well, Washington has largely ignored pressing issues in the past 2 years. While the fentanyl epidemic may not grab headlines in the mainstream media, who's lost the pulse of mainstream America, few issues are more important. Illicit fentanyl poisonings are now the #1 cause of death among Americans aged 18 to 49. Nearly every American knows a friend or relative who has struggled or even overdosed. I do. Despite the crisis, Congress has continued to kick the can down the road by temporarily extending the class-wide scheduling order. Each time, law enforcement is left scrambling as we approach the deadline, which would let many of the fentanyl-related substances become legal. We must permanently give law enforcement the tools they need to keep Americans safe. The HALT Fentanyl Act complements other solutions, like the recently passed Border Security for America Act, which will help properly root out the flow of illicit drugs and limit supply. I urge the bill's passage, which will represent another step toward restoring the voice of the American people in the House. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll reserve also at this time. I think the gentleman has more.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the HALT Fentanyl Act, which will help end the thousands of deaths in this tragic situation. You know, I'm speaking on the behalf of parents like Joe Warnick and Donna Johnson of Odessa, Texas, who lost their son Jackson by fentanyl poisoning. I'm speaking up for thousands of families across the United States. How can you oppose this? Literally, how can you oppose this? Every day we hear more and more stories of lives ended by fentanyl, and it is our responsibility to act. The HALT Fentanyl Act will help end the fentanyl crisis by cracking down on criminals who are trafficking deadly fentanyl across the southern border and into our communities. It will ensure law enforcement has the tools they need to keep these extremely lethal and dangerous drugs off our streets. The moms and dads that I've talked to, they're tired of words. They're tired of words. They want action. And the HALT Fentanyl Act is the action that we need to take. Lives are on the line. I'm very proud of my Republican conference for proposing this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Time's expired.
I reserve and have no other speakers.
Gentleman from Kentucky
I have no further
reserves.
speakers. I reserve, but I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I will be closing. My point that I've been trying to make, and my colleagues have been trying to make on this side of the aisle, is that Republicans continue to push punitive and partisan policies with regard to the opioid crisis rather than real solutions to address the substance abuse crisis, strengthen border security, or fix our immigration system. The partisan HALT Fentanyl Act would not meaningfully address substance abuse and would simply result in more incarceration. It takes a one-sided approach, this bill, by only requiring permanent class-wide scheduling of fentanyl-related substances in an attempt to incarcerate our way out of a public health crisis. And by contrast, the Biden administration has put forth an interagency proposal, which I discussed, to permanently schedule the synthetic fentanyl within Schedule I without exacerbating existing sentencing disparities and inequities in our criminal justice system, as well as creating an off-ramp to remove or reschedule these substances shown to have medical or therapeutic value. Now, I know that we hear from the other side, what have you done? What are you doing? Well, the bottom line is that the Biden administration has taken aggressive action to combat the overdose epidemic. Congress and the administration should be working together on a bipartisan solution to address the fentanyl crisis. But the Republicans are threatening a default crisis right now that would seriously undermine these efforts. Last year, the Biden administration announced its inaugural National Drug Control Strategy, which expands access to life-saving intervention like naloxone and buprenorphine, while providing additional resources to law enforcement agencies to intercept illegal drugs. To support this strategy and address illicit fentanyl, President Biden has called on Congress to make an historic investment of $46 billion in funding for efforts to reduce the supply of illicit fentanyl and stop drug trafficking, as well as expand access to treatment and prevention to reduce overdose deaths across the country. Now, at the same time, Republicans are threatening a default crisis unless Democrats go along with their drastic cuts that would seriously undermine our ability to combat the fentanyl and opioid crisis. According to the administration, the cuts demanded by Republicans would force the Border Patrol to axe more than 2,000 agents and drastically reduce funding for the DEA and the FBI. And these things are crucial to interdiction and anti-drug trafficking efforts. The Republican proposal, the Default on America Act, would reduce funding for treatment for opioid use disorders, resulting in thousands of more Americans losing access to treatment and recovery. It would also threaten to take health insurance away from millions of low-income individuals, including those struggling with substance use disorder and the opioid epidemic, and imposes a cruel and unnecessary work requirements on Medicaid. Now, all we're trying to say, listen to what we were saying on our side of the aisle, is this war on drugs, mandatory sentencing, incarcerate everybody, has not worked. It didn't work for other drugs. It's not going to work for fentanyl. At the same time, the Biden administration has put forward a proposal, and it's been put into bill form, the Stop Fentanyl Act, that looks at all this, tries to increase treatment, tries to increase interdiction and help law enforcement, tries to do more research to see to what extent we can find uses for synthetic fentanyl that actually will stop, if you will, or prevent overdoses from killing people. So we're just asking for a comprehensive approach. And I haven't heard anything from the other side of the aisle that says you're going to do anything more than continue with the current law, which says that we're going to make a synthetic fentanyl part of Schedule 1, which is already the law, at least until the end of next year. So all we're saying is, let's sit down and actually try to come up with something here on a bipartisan basis that's going to make a difference for this fentanyl crisis. What we've done in the past hasn't worked. And if we're going to just reduce funding for all these things, that's certainly not going to work. That's only going to make it worse. So, I guess I'm just pleading with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, rethink this. We have the time now to try to come up with a comprehensive approach that'll make a difference here. And if you pass this partisan bill, it's going to go nowhere in the Senate. It's not going to become law, and we will have accomplished nothing. So I would urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and let's look for a comprehensive solution along the line of what the President has proposed. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
My friend from New Jersey did say that this law expires at the end of the year. That's why we're here today, to make scheduling fentanyl permanent, illicit fentanyl permanent. So we have to understand what the status quo is. The status quo currently is horrific, but before these illicit fentanyls were scheduled, although we couldn't get them permanently scheduled, there were all kinds of analogs throughout America, and that's why the DEA and the others recommended that we schedule these, because once you change the fentanyl molecule, unless these are scheduled, then it's no longer illegal. And so these all appeared in our country. That's why we're reacting to it. And so they are permanently scheduled. They are scheduled now. And what we're moving is to make it permanent. So what's happened since they scheduled? They came to me and they said, they talk about mass incarceration. We've heard that today. There have been 8 people in prison under this law, 4 dealing with cartels, which I would say absolutely should be in prison. But so I asked some of my law enforcement people when I was looking at this bill, so if you've only arrested 8 people, why does it matter? They're saying on the other side of the aisle. But what they said was the only reason we've only arrested 8 people is because when this was put into place, the analogs, not fentanyl, but the analogs and the different that can be more dangerous have disappeared from the marketplace. They're bringing in fentanyl that is already scheduled. So the problem is, if we treat fentanyl analogs different than fentanyl, that's why we have to put them in the same category, they're going to reappear again. Because if you have fentanyl subject to the final to mandatory minimums, but not these analogs, then they're going to reappear back on the case. We have to pass this bill. We have to move forward, and I recommend support of this bill, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired.
Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Chairman, the chair of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 467, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 467 and has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Kelly Strickland, who is retiring after 20 years of service to the House of Representatives. Kelly is currently serving as my counsel on the Committee of Ethics and has spent 2 decades providing invaluable advice to members and staff. A native Alabamian, Kelly started her career on the Hill as an intern. She was quickly recognized as a leader and served for 6 years as the legislative director to former Congressman Joe Bonner. She served 5 years as Chief of Staff to Congressman Michael Burgess, 3 years as Chief of Staff in the office of the House Sergeant of Arms, and the last several years in her role as counsel to the ranking member and later chairman on the House Committee of Ethics. I would not have been able to make the transition into my role on ethics without Kelly's guidance. She has served as a wealth of institutional knowledge and a trusted advisor to me since last August. Kelly's presence in the House will be missed, but she will not go far. Kelly will continue to be a resource to the institution at the helm of the Congressional Institute, where she will undoubtedly enjoy continued success. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in congratulating Kelly and thanking her for her many years of service. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the benefits of President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan for the Black community. Today, American families struggle with high costs of higher education. These financial burdens are even worse in Black communities. Black college graduates owe $25,000 more in student debt on average than white graduates. And they owe 12.5% more than they borrowed 4 years after graduating. President Biden's plan would forgive $10,000 to $20,000 of student loan debt for eligible students. It would cut the loan balance for Black graduates nearly in half, and it would erase the debt for 25% of Black borrowers. It is a great first step, but we must do more. We must increase debt forgiveness for students targeted by predatory colleges, for-profit colleges, regardless. And we must create interest-free federal student loans to lower the financial burdens of college. These actions would help millions of black graduates pay off their loans and get the fresh start they pursue as they pursue their dreams. And with that,
for what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Earlier this week, we received a briefing as to what was going on in the Russia-Ukraine war. And we heard of the callousness with which President Putin treats his own troops. Indeed, 20,000 Russian troops recently died to take a city that was apparently of no important significance. I thought, how could a president be so callous, knowing that one of these troops died, his parents, his siblings, his perhaps children are left behind? And then it occurred to me, here in the United States of America, we had 109,000 people die of illegal drugs last year, most of it fentanyl, and our president seems to be willing to do almost nothing, since almost all the drugs are coming across the southern border. With 109,000 people dying every year, wouldn't you figure it's a priority to close the border? No. Wouldn't you think it's a priority to arrest or put in prison those people who are selling these drugs? No, the major concern is to leave the border open and to not put any more people in prison. By the way, as far as the ability to prevent people from selling the drugs and putting them in prison, how many people died of fentanyl last year in China? None. Why? Because if anybody tried to sell it, they'd be in prison. In any event, I call upon President Biden to finally address the fentanyl crisis. Thank you very much.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, Keep Kupuna Fed Act. According to the most current data from the USDA, 1 in 10 kupuna, our senior citizens, are experiencing hunger and food insecurity. SNAP has played a critical role in preventing millions of Americans, including our kupuna, from going hungry in the face of a public health crisis, supply chain disruption, and rising inflation. While the historic 8.7% cost of living adjustment was welcome news to more than 65 million Social Security beneficiaries, for many kupuna, this has resulted in a net loss. Seniors in every one of our districts across the country have lost or will lose access to SNAP entirely, while others will see a significant decrease in benefits because of this bump in Social Security. That's why I introduced the Keep Kupuna Fed Act, which would exempt Title II Social Security benefits from the SNAP program's income eligibility requirements. This ensures more kupuna on SNAP stay on SNAP and don't go hungry. I invite my colleagues to join me in helping end senior hunger and keep our kupuna fed by supporting this important message. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York arise?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to pay tribute to Michael R. Masone, an ex-chief of the Island Park Fire Department, the same department that I've proudly served for the last 23 years. This weekend back home in Island Park, we are going to rededicate our beloved local beach in his honor. The ex-chief Michael R. Masone Beach was named for a man who back in 1942, when he served as chief of our great department, resigned. He resigned as chief to do something far greater, and that was to serve this nation in World War II. He returned home and married the love of his life, Sue, and they lived in Island Park for decades. He was the senior member of our department when he passed away, serving over 70 years. His nickname in Island Park was the Hawk, and we called him the Hawk because he always kept a watchful eye on our beloved community. Mr. Speaker, I look forward this weekend to joining neighbors, loved ones, family, friends, and fellow Island Parkers in once again paying tribute to a true American hero, someone who we all aspire to be back in Island Park, ex-chief Michael R. Masone. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. Without objection, the gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Address the House for 1 minute, provide to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I recognize Ann Berry, who for the past 44 years affected the lives of students, teachers, and families in the Carmel Unified School District. This month, Ms. Berry is retiring as Carmel High's attendance secretary, where she ensured that students not only attended school, but enjoyed school. She started in 1979 as a parent who showed up to ensure that her daughter wasn't skipping class. She did such a good job in that role that Carmel High hired her to keep other students in school. It was a vocation for Ms. Berry that affected thousands of other Padres, including my 2 older brothers, myself, and now my 2 daughters who attend Carmel High School. Through her work, our community relied on Ms. Berry as a cop for keeping kids in class, as a comedian for keeping kids happy, as a counselor well aware of teen mental health concerns, as a coach for common sense, and as a supporter of Padre athletic and academic success. For 4 decades, Ms. Berry was that dependable school administrator. She was that voice of reason for parents, and she is that trusted adult for teenagers. So as one of her students, and now as her congressman, I thank and congratulate Ms. Ann Berry for her service, for her support, and for being that solid cornerstone of the Carmel High community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition from North Carolina?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without
extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I represent nearly 50,000 veterans across North Carolina's 1st Congressional District, and North Carolina ranks 10th in the nation for veteran-owned small businesses. During Small Business Week, I introduced a bipartisan package of veterans legislation to repay our veterans for their sacrifice and selfless service. The first, the Veterans Jobs Opportunity Act, introduced with Congressman Zach Nunn of Iowa, provides veterans starting small businesses with a 15% tax credit on the first $50,000 of startup costs. The second, the Coast Guard Combat Injured Tax Fairness Act, introduced with Congressman Don Bacon of Nebraska, closes a loophole in an existing law that failed to provide Coast Guard service members with the same tax benefits afforded to others. Investing in our brave veterans while helping the communities that need it most should be our highest priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that many of our folks back home have been seeing or hearing the news nonstop about the debt ceiling and how much the health of our economy is counting on getting to a resolution. Well, it's May 24th at 6:59 p.m., and because of Republicans, we don't have a deal because they refuse to put people over politics. Republicans have made this all about political games. Quite frankly, it seems like they're more happy to play under the guise of bipartisan negotiating to cut government spending, but there are real-life repercussions to the theater. Let me be absolutely clear. Speaker Kevin McCarthy and his extreme MAGA Republicans aren't going to be the ones who aren't able to afford housing or keep food on the table if they get their way on massive cuts to essential domestic programs. It's actually going to be everyday people across the country, including in the 3rd Congressional District of Illinois, which sent me to Congress to protect them from these cruel Republican cuts and an attack on our economy with bad deals. It's going to be everyday people like Estela, a constituent of mine. Estela, who arrived in Chicago 13 years ago from Guatemala, fleeing life-threatening community violence and insecurity. And since then, she's called Chicago home and has dedicated her time to ensure that others can also call it home, providing key information to protect renters' rights. Like many of the families that she helps, and like many of our constituents on both sides of the aisle, Estela's family depends on federal housing funding to keep her home during the pandemic. Now, as costs of living keep rising, she finds herself confronting the same exact problem as many other families. How do we pay rent? How to keep a place to live? She says, and I quote, "It is very difficult to see so many people displaced from their homes because of the rising cost of rent. The cost of living is a problem that is affecting many families like mine. I have 4 children, and it is extremely difficult to afford extremely high rent and also afford other necessities." Now, you see, part of what makes Estela's experience so powerful is that this is the experience of so many everyday people. People are already struggling. They're already trying to spread their paycheck for enough to cover the mortgage, the rent, feeding their children, utilities, the essential basics we all need and deserve. Estela's story of struggling with housing costs while still working to help others in her community keeps me rooted in why we do everything in our power to protect our constituents from the Republican-made debt limit crisis. What Republicans are doing right now is reckless, and it's irresponsible, and it's all to guarantee their ability to try to win politically in 2024. They are willing to gamble with working people's livelihoods and the global economy. Republicans would rather default on the debt than come to an agreement that protects critical investments in our community across Social Security, SNAP benefits, veteran health care, housing, Medicaid, and more. Republicans want to stick it to working people to bear the burden of terrible cuts instead of making billionaires, and big corporations pay their fair share. The question for me continues to be, why? Why is it that they are far more interested in protecting billionaires and corporations than the constituents they represent? The Republican Party has a Republican-made problem, and progressives are clear. We are not going to sell out our communities for a bad deal. Tonight, I'll be joined by fellow progressive colleagues who will share stories from their own constituents, because we have too much at stake to give it to cruel Republican demands. And now, I'm pleased to yield to my colleagues who will share their personal testimonies of their own constituents and why we need to protect our communities from Republican cuts and bad deals. And with that, I would like to yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Congressman DeLuzio.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the bill our Republican colleagues forced through the House, the Default in America Act, is rubbish. They're threatening to push our economy off a cliff unless we slash the basic functions of government by massive amounts. But they're protecting tax cuts for billionaires. It's the very definition of fiscal irresponsibility and recklessness. In the bill forced through several weeks ago, with no Democratic votes, with 4 Republicans voting against it, House Republicans voted for massive cuts, with 0 protections for veterans' health care, for rail safety, for Meals on Wheels for seniors, and so much else. And they voted to pull back $2 billion from the VA. That's a cut. Now, their appropriations bill underfunds the Cost of War Toxic Exposure Fund by nearly $15 billion. The Cost of War Toxic Exposure Fund. If they didn't want to fund veterans' care, they shouldn't have sent Americans off to 20 years of war. Do you know why the Republicans are taking these extreme positions, these unpopular positions the American people do not want? Because what matters most to them is protecting tax cuts for the uber wealthy and for the largest and most powerful corporations in this country. Former President Obama once said there could be an asteroid coming to Earth, and the Republican plan and response would be tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy. It's true, they're for the big corporations and the rich and powerful. That's who they are, it's their core value. This approach is fiscally irresponsible. What's more, their economic plan is not working for the people. Their tired trickle-down fairy tale has been ripping us all off, starving the government of revenue, and has led to massive gaps in inequality. Wall Street, big corporations, CEOs, they've done just fine. The American people, not so much. This Republican economic vision is killing the American dream. It's driving up huge deficits in our government. It is gutting the core things our government does, but making sure that the richest people and companies in this country can still avoid paying their fair share in taxes. Every member of this body pays the same amount in taxes towards Social Security as Elon Musk. You can look it up. He's one of the richest men in the history of the world. Elon Musk and all of his billionaire pals should be paying their fair share. They're not, because Republicans want them to use the federal government to subsidize extreme wealth and corporate power. Let me be clear. This is not about punishing success, demonizing the wealthy. It's about fairness and fiscal responsibility. Fiscal responsibility. Many of my House Republican colleagues don't want to admit that the path to longer-term fiscal health in the budget is to actually tax the ultra-rich at historically normal rates. Let's consider Republican President Dwight Eisenhower, hardly a radical. I don't think anyone here would call him a socialist. Under his administration, the wealthiest Americans paid a top marginal tax rate of over 90%. Today, it's 37%. We're at historically low tax rates for the most powerful, the wealthiest people in this country, and for the biggest and most powerful corporations. It's not an accident, it's by Republican design. Let's look back at the 2017 Trump tax cuts, an obscene handout to the richest Americans and biggest corporations. Bill was a massive wealth transfer to billionaires, but it also raised the deficit by almost $2 trillion with a T, dollars, gave so much of the benefit to the top 1%. Everyone knows the American people are being ripped off by this, and we can feel the dark reality that the American dream keeps getting pulled away while Republicans help billionaires and huge corporations cash out on the public's dime. It's far past time for a change for real fiscal responsibility. Instead, Republicans are now proposing slash and burn cuts, defunding the government while urging the public to not look behind the curtain at their priorities for revenue. Our colleagues know they're holding the economy hostage to protect these massive tax cuts and handouts to the most powerful, the richest people who have ever walked the planet Earth. They're holding America's full faith and credit hostage to cut things that make your life better. Programs like rail safety inspections, air traffic control towers, IRS auditors charged with tracking down tax cheats. Republicans are literally threatening to blow up the American economy unless we agree to slash nearly everything in government, but they want to protect tax cuts for billionaires. They still expect us to buy into this utterly discredited nonsense known as trickle-down economics. It's a fairy tale. It's never worked. It doesn't work. We should be creating an economy that rewards hard work, not just wealth. That means taking on corporate power and putting people first. We should be fighting for the common good and investing in our shared prosperity that benefits all of us, not just the rich and powerful. That means instead of slashing the heart of government, we should make the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share. Thank you, and I yield back to the gentlewoman.
Thank you, Congressman. I would like to now yield to the gentleman from New York, Congressman Goldman.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Illinois. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the Republican efforts to extort President Biden and the American people. As a former prosecutor who prosecuted the Italian mob for extortion, I do not use that term lightly. But that is exactly what the Republicans are doing to hold America hostage to their extreme views. Make no mistake about it, House Republicans would never pass the draconian spending cuts that they are pushing if they had to go through the regular budget and appropriations process with a Democratic-controlled Senate and a Democrat in the White House. And they know that. And that is why they are using the threat of default on our debts, which would devastate our economy, to extract concessions that they would otherwise never get. You don't have to take my word for it. One Republican member said just yesterday, quote, "Why would we negotiate with our hostage?" unquote. To understand how unreasonable and how twisted their rationale is, consider the Speaker's response when asked by a reporter what concessions he has offered Democrats. He stated one thing in response: raising the debt ceiling. That is not a concession. That is their constitutional duty to maintain the full faith and credit of the United States. Our deficit is where it is today, largely because of the excessive spending and serious, severe tax cuts that the Trump administration implemented. And when these same Republicans had no problem raising the debt limit 3 times without demanding any spending cuts, Republicans have a responsibility to ensure that we pay our debts created on their watch so we don't default and so the global economy does not crater, which would cause millions of Americans to lose their jobs, their benefits, their health care, and their food, and their education. We could raise the debt ceiling today if any 5 Republicans had the courage to stand up to the most extreme voices in their party who view the default on our debts and the catastrophic effect it would have on the global economy as an objective in and of itself. Our Constitution states that the validity of the public debt authorized by law shall not be questioned. Yet Republicans insist that this constitutional obligation does not apply to them. We must stop playing politics with our global economy, and we must stand strong because we cannot and will not negotiate with extortionists. And I yield back to my good colleague, Representative Ramirez.
Thank you, Congressman Goldman. I want to thank you and Congressman DeLuzio for the work that you are doing in your districts, the work that you do here in Congress, and blatantly, just to say, your commitment to our country, to our community, before the politics that we're seeing before us today. You know, I keep hearing Speaker McCarthy say in one of his many interviews he does a day, which spends a little more time, I think, on interview than actually negotiating or working with us. But, you know, I hear we don't want an increase to the debt limit. Well, let me break down what Republicans want. Republicans want to insist that we spend less, but that actually equates into spending less on public housing, on food assistance, on Medicaid, on other fundamental programs like veterans' health care, like supporting our kids, our families, our communities. There's no cuts to the multi-billion-dollar defense weapons contractors, though. However, everyday constituents that sent us here, they should get those cuts. The Republicans' framework imposes drastic cuts that would result in a 33% cut in 2024 to what I said, like housing, healthcare, education, and so much more. They would put $780 780,000 people out of work and cost more than 1 million jobs. It would strip up 21 million Americans of Medicaid coverage. It would deny access to affordable college to 60,000 people. It would kick 200,000 children off of Head Start. It would force 100,000 families to lose access to childcare. It would rob 1.2 million women, infants, and children of nutrition assistance. It would remove rental assistance from 640,000 families and evict 430,000 more from public housing. Republicans are willing to put at risk the lives and livelihoods of the American people. This is not just counterproductive, it is cruel. This plan would pull hundreds of billions of dollars out of the economy, and it could contribute to a recession, increasing the deficit that they so desperately say they want to address. Or it's what they say. These are the choices that they're presenting. Default on America or a debt ceiling increase under their terms. That's it. Here's the thing. The American people know that that is not the only option. Those two are not the only two choices. There are other choices, from making the wealthy pay their fair share to getting a discharge petition to the floor with the help of just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sensible, reasonable Republicans. That is it. 5 Republicans. It could be from New York. It could be from California. It could be from Texas. 5 people from the other side of the aisle could end this hostage experience of the American people and stop punishing their own constituents by signing on to a discharge petition. Or we can utilize the 14th Amendment. From day one, progressives have been the most responsible and loudest voices in defending working families from Republican extreme behavior. That's why the CPC publicly called for raising the debt ceiling last fall. That's why CPC members were the first to sign the discharge petition to force a vote on the clean debt ceiling. And it's why we will continue to call out Republican games and hostage taking. That is why we convened this special order hour for the Congressional Progressive Caucus. And I thank my colleagues who've joined me today and many others who are wrapped up in picking up calls from constituents who are calling and asking, what does this mean for my health care come June 1st? What does this mean for my ability to get nutritional benefits come June 2nd? In conclusion, the looming debt ceiling crisis has been significantly exacerbated by the Republicans' approach and their steadfast commitment to place party politics above the well-being of everyday people across our nation. And as the June 1st deadline rapidly approaches, we all must recognize the gravity of the situation, and we have to demand immediate action that protects people over politics. The Republicans are holding the livelihood of Americans as prisoners. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the Republicans' Default on America Act would cost states and local communities an astonishing $1.3 trillion. This would be disastrous for food access, for housing support, and for the overall well-being of our society. I'm profoundly grateful and humbled by the courage of constituents of mine, such as Rachel from Mount Prospect, Illinois, who took the time to reach out and express her concerns, reaffirming my commitment to effectively representing their best interest in this negotiation. Rachel shared, "I'm really worried about the debt ceiling increase not being passed. Or if it's passed, the Democrats will have to give in to extortion and agree to cut Medicaid, veteran programs, and climate provisions. Congresswoman, please do not let Democrats and President Biden cave to House Republican extortion on the debt limit. If Democrats betray us by doing so, Republicans will simply do this every single time. Don't give in. Please vote only for a clean debt ceiling." Well, I want to say thank you to Rachel. Our shared call to action is clear. It's about 7:20. And for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if they're watching, hearing, complaining about me talking about essential programs that might be cut, if you're hearing from your constituents who are just saying to you, "We're tired of politics of Washington, do your job," well, I invite you to do your job, to join us, to actually negotiate and compromise to make sure that the American people are our priority. And not just politics of who can get over the other, or a congressman from Florida talking about you don't negotiate with the hostage. The American people refuse to be hostages of politics in this country anymore. And this is why I call every one of my colleagues, have the courage, have the ability, and put your constituents above the politics. Join us. All we need is 5 of you. Let's be reasonable. Let's refuse to play into extremism. Let's put people over politics. Sign the discharge petition. All we need is 5 more patriots. Who will these courageous patriots, who will these servants be? That is the question. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks to include extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because fentanyl is an epidemic in America. In counties and cities across America, families are being destroyed by fentanyl overdoses. Doctors and nurses in emergency departments throughout our country see it every day. Paramedics, emergency medical technicians, police officers, and deputy sheriffs see it on the front line. China provides precursors to Mexico, who in turn produce this deadly drug. We have seen what happens next. Every day, mules illegally cross the U.S. border by the thousands, bringing fentanyl to communities across our country. It's killing 300 people every day. The Secretary of Homeland Security has testified before members of this body that we have operational control of the southern border. Americans know the truth. At this rate, fentanyl is on track to steal an entire generation from our country. As a first responder, licensed emergency medical technician for more than 34 years, I have seen it up close. I have personally had to shoot Narcan up the noses of children in an effort to save their lives. That is something that no child should have to experience and no parent should have to witness. According to the CDC, fentanyl is 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine. So far in fiscal year 2023, Customs and Border Patrol have seized over 17 17,000 pounds of fentanyl coming across the southern border. Again, in 2023, Customs and Border Patrol have seized 17,000 pounds of fentanyl coming across the southern border. This year in Madison County, Alabama, which I represent, is reporting 25 confirmed fentanyl overdoses through the coroner's office, with 35 suspected overdose cases pending. The devastation this drug is leaving as it infects the United States is something to be mourned. I can say this gruesome nature of fentanyl is destroying lives, families, and communities. It does not discriminate. More and more often, we see other dangerous drugs such as methamphetamine, heroin, cocaine, and even marijuana are being laced with fentanyl without the knowledge of the user. In the wake of surge in illegal immigration and drug smuggling at the southern border, we are at risk to witness unprecedented spikes in fentanyl overdoses. Fentanyl is already running rampant in our country, and we must take action. My concerns reflect those of my own constituents and countless others around the United States, especially those who live and have been forever changed by fentanyl. To solve problems, you must first admit you have one. We have gotten here because this administration's reckless border policies. I'm proud of the legislation that we have come together to advance in the House, this Congress. We must continue to look for ways to equip law enforcement with essential tools to stop the spread of fentanyl and give us the support we need on more research of this vicious drug. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud to join my friend, Representative Dale Strong, and many of my Republican colleagues today in full support of the HALT Fentanyl Act. Last year, the Drug Enforcement Administration seized 379 million deadly doses of fentanyl. And this week, 30,000 fentanyl pills, enough to kill 1.8 million people, were recovered in Utah during a routine traffic stop. This deadly drug is pouring across our southern border and wreaking havoc in communities across our country. Fentanyl is now the #1 cause of death for young people aged 18 to 45 and poses more danger to young Americans than COVID, car accidents, and suicide combined. The Biden administration and open border Democrats have for 2 years ignored the border security crisis and the surge in drug trafficking. America's misery has become the good Democrats' political strategy. The HALT Fentanyl Act delivers on one of the House Republicans' pledges under our Commitment to America, a nation that's safe. The HALT Fentanyl Act will permanently classify fentanyl-related substances into Schedule I of the Controlled Substance Act and close the criminal code loophole to apply the current minimum sentencing for illicit drugs to fentanyl. It also empowers law enforcement with the tools needed to keep these dangerous drugs off our streets. It will support research efforts to understand the effects of fentanyl-related substances on the health of Americans. The House GOP recently passed the Secure Border Act, the strongest border security legislative package in America's history, to address the border security crisis, increase border patrol agents, and to end the flow of deadly fentanyl. These two landmark pieces of legislation will finally tackle the ever-worsening catastrophe at the border, save American lives from deadly drugs, and support our law enforcement officers who risk their lives to protect and serve our communities. I urge the Biden administration and my colleagues across the aisle to support these common-sense, innovative solutions to our nation's most pressing challenges. Thank you, and now yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Owens. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Congressman Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Strong. Thanks for putting this together. Thanks for the great work you're doing to represent Alabama. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for holding this time. Everyone knows that our government spending is completely out of control, and Congress has too often prioritized wants over needs while the American families continue to struggle, and it needs to stop now. House Republicans are prioritizing good governance and are actively working to put this country back on the path of fiscal responsibility. We've done our job when we passed the Limit, Save, Grow Act weeks ago to responsibly raise the debt ceiling, but far more importantly, to cut out of control spending and burdensome regulations on American workers, industries, and the creative industry that this nation has. We're fighting for policies that put more money back in the pockets of hardworking Americans. We want to save the American people money by cutting funding for woke, weaponized spending and cutting inflationary spending by $1 trillion in the first year and almost $5 trillion over the next 10. We want to protect the American people from being the target of 87,000 new agents hired by the IRS. We want to ensure that the American people have reliable energy. Just a couple years ago, we were energy dominant. We do not want to enter the world where, because of the Green New delusion that benefits China, the leftist elite, and big corporations, we do not want to live in that world where the American people will have to wonder if they have a reliable source of energy. We want to guarantee that the American people who either choose not to attend college, they go into a field of their choosing, or responsibly have paid off their student loans, they won't be footing the bill for those who go to elite universities and often take career paths that don't lead to a good job or sustainable future. What does the Biden and the left want? More government, more spending, more inflation, more corporate subsidies, and less freedom. We've made it clear that cutting woke, weaponized spending is a must to govern our nation responsibly. Our nation cannot afford it. There are so many examples. We want to strengthen our border. We want safe communities. We want to solve the fentanyl crisis. You know, we just heard a lot of talking from the left about, oh, the sky will fall if we get back to fiscal responsibility. Just today, the U.S. Embassy in Brazil put out this tweet of a video of our embassy teaching people how to say their proper pronouns. That is not the role of the State Department. The State Department is to help us to ensure that we have strong national security, that we have strong allies. And in the words of one of the people who responded to it, said, I identify as a U.S. taxpayer, and I'd like you to stop funding this craziness. We are focused on getting back to good governance. We are focused on putting this country back on a path of responsibility. I urge the administration to come to the table sooner rather than later to address this debt ceiling and issue the beginning steps of getting this country back in order. This is our moment. This country's fiscal future is on the brink, and the success of the American worker is on the brink. We need to hold the line. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman. Mr. Speaker, I yield to this distinguished gentleman from the great state of Texas, Congressman Babin.
I thank the gentleman from Alabama for having the special order. I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, we're here tonight to shed light on the fentanyl crisis that continues ravaging communities nationwide. And I must say, I am infuriated when I think about this. More than 100,000 Americans overdose each year, most dying from fentanyl poisoning and fentanyl-laced drugs. It is estimated that China is fully responsible for nearly all of the illicit fentanyl in the United States. Beijing has literally launched a chemical war on the United States of America. Instead of demanding accountability, the administration under Biden continues promoting policies that actually increase our dependency on China, the very nation working tirelessly to ensure our annihilation. But wait, there's more. Not only do we know where the drug comes from, we know how it's getting into the country. About 90% of fentanyl flows across and through our open southern border, the same border that President Biden has gone out of his way to destroy and erase. Who is in control of our border now, bringing this poison into our people? The Mexican drug cartels. That's who. It only takes 1/16 of a teaspoon of fentanyl to kill a person, an amount so minuscule that it can fit into Abraham Lincoln's ear on a U.S. penny. I'm a healthcare provider, a dentist. I've done hospital dentistry in my career. Fentanyl does not belong on the streets. It belongs in the operating room. Border Patrol has already seized enough fentanyl this fiscal year alone to kill over 3.1 billion people. So ask yourself, what kind of president knows this information and continues to look the other way? We're already witnessing a death toll equivalent to 9/11 every 15 days because of this deadly drug. How many more stories must we hear from parents who are mourning their child who overdosed on a counterfeit pill that had fentanyl in it? How many more Americans must die for this president to finally act? Every single member of Congress should be outraged by Joe Biden's inaction and exacerbation of this horrible crisis. It truly is despicable. Mr. President, hold China accountable, secure our southern border, and save American lives. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Congressman Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Alabama. Every year, Mr. Speaker, every year, thousands of Americans lose their lives as a result of fentanyl-related overdoses. I rise today to bring added attention to the fentanyl crisis, a crisis that has affected every corner of America, including the 17 counties in East Texas that I represent. Since the introduction of this drug into our nation almost a decade ago, thousands of kids and teenagers have overdosed on this dangerous substance. Since 2020, over 3,300 Texans have lost their lives in fentanyl-related overdoses. That's 3,300 too many. Too many lives snuffed out before they could fulfill their call in this life. Before coming to Congress to combat the opioid crisis in Texas, I worked with a small group of other interested parties to help negotiate what became known as the Texas Term Sheet, something that established a settlement structure for opioid-related claims in the state. It worked to ensure that state and local governments, along with regional health districts, could work together to reach global settlements with bad actors, and then use that money specifically for activities to combat the expanding causes and the effects of opioid addictions. Now, as a congressman, I continue this fight. Earlier this year, I introduced legislation that would require the president to impose sanctions on Mexican individuals, such as cartel members and corrupt Mexican officials, who are involved with the manufacturing, distribution, and transfer of illicit fentanyl. It is past time that we hold these individuals accountable, personally accountable, for their role in the deaths of thousands of Americans. And today, I'm proud to stand here and express my support, my full support, for the HALT Fentanyl Act, which will classify fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I narcotics, the most serious and dangerous classification of a drug, and establish a refined process for research on these drugs, ensuring that companies and researchers entrusted with access to these drugs do not abuse this access. This is a steady and strong step in the right direction. But it's just a small step. There's much more for this Congress to do. While these measures do not bring back those we have lost, they are a step, as I said, in the right direction to ensure that we do not lose any more lives, any more young lives, any more lives of any age to these lethal drugs. Let us stand together in this fight. Let us work against this demon of fentanyl. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank those that have come to speak. And as I said, I speak firsthand. 34 years as an emergency medical technician in the town. We have seen so many things occur, so many families that have been affected. I can tell you this as a member of House Armed Services and also the committees that have gone to the border. You start looking at what we saw firsthand, just trying to protect our country. We were there at the southern border for about 5 minutes at a point of entry, and whenever we did, we looked up, and less than 5 minutes, here comes a vehicle in, and what would you imagine? 70 pounds of cocaine right in front of 12 United States congressmen. You look further, we went again to McAllen, Texas, had a full committee hearing there, or what was supposed to have been a full committee hearing, but it was only Republicans that showed up. The only way that we can solve problems is we've got to admit that we've got a problem, and then we've got to work together to solve it. It's obviously we have a problem at the southern border with thousands of pounds that have come across the southern border, and we've got to act on it. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the question have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.